the magician in the world of Doraemon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Cheap Goods Are Not Good. Hey, is this really okay? Junfei looked at the paraglider on his back and asked the person next to him. Zangshan stood next to him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Didn't you say that you wanted to experience the feeling of gliding this time, Zangshan? You even bought a paraglider for this purpose. That's right, but I always feel like something is going to go wrong. A cloud of gloom hung over Junfei's heart, and he always had an ominous premonition. Seeing this, Zangshan patted him on the shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter. The store you bought is a gold medal store with the highest sales volume on Bing60. Although there are fewer comments, they are all full marks. There will definitely be no problem. Go with confidence." As he said this, he lowered his head slightly, and the reflection on the lens made it difficult to see his eyes. Junfei looked at the rolling mountains, took a deep breath, turned back with a bright smile and said, "Okay, I'll go." Then he turned his head, took a run, and took off in one go, not like a novice at all. The person wearing the paraglider is Junfei, who is 23 years old and just graduated from college. His studies were so-so, and he graduated from an ordinary university. He learned everything quickly, but he just couldn't study. Otherwise, he would have a better future. He didn't have any other hobbies, except that he liked to watch Doraemon occasionally to let himself go. As for Zangshan, he was his good friend, but Zangshan always seemed to regard Junfei as a competitor. But this guy couldn't compare to Junfei in other aspects, except grades and swordsmanship, so he could only be jealous behind his back. These were things that Junfei and Zangshan knew very well, and they spent 4 years in college in love and hate. By the way, Zangshan seemed to be a little bit of a middle school student, and he especially liked novels and film and television works such as Xiangxia. He descended from the top of the mountain, opened his glider, and he didn't feel anything wrong. Then Junfei turned a corner with the wind and flew to another mountain. Halfway through the flight, the wind strengthened, and Junfei took a little time to adjust the direction to avoid flying to an unknown place. At this moment, Junfei seemed to hear a click. When he looked back, he found that the connection of the hang glider had opened. At this moment of life and death, he seemed to understand why there were so few people commenting. If the wind was weak, there would be no problem, and it would be well received. If it flew high and the wind was strong, it would be broken, and naturally no one would comment. He turned his head, released one hand, and shouted at the sky, shouting the last complete sentence of his life. "Damsela, Ganlen's mother, RRR, are drifting in the sky." It seemed to fall into a cave. Junfei only remembered that there were many corpses in the cave, and he was rolling deeper because of the inertia of being thrown, and was finally pierced by a stone tablet. But he didn't care about these extra burdens now. His whole body was in pain from the fracture. He only lasted for a few seconds before he was no longer conscious. Blood flowed out of the hole in his abdomen, staining every word on the obelisk. The obelisk has 4 sides in total, 3 of which are engraved with dense words, and only one side has ancient text that can be recognized at a glance. After absorbing enough blood, a ray of light enveloped Junfei's soul and flew into the sky, and the obelisk became dim and turned into dust in just a few seconds. Junfei's body also fell to the ground. At this time, looking at Junfei's back being blown away by the wind, Zangshan smiled. "I finally succeeded. Although I feel a little sorry for you, it is necessary to sacrifice for my safety." As soon as the voice fell, Zangshan felt a huge pain in his head, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. "Is it finally here? I have been waiting for this day for a long time." A cold voice appeared in his sea of consciousness. "I didn't expect you to be so brave. I thought you were the same as those trash. Since you are better than those trash, I will teach you some knowledge. You must work hard." Although Zangshan's head was in pain, he was very clear-headed. He understood the value of these spells and even began to imagine a happy life in the future. At this moment, he suddenly saw a small figure in front of him, and then a voice sounded, "So that's how it is. In this case, my last doubt has been solved. Zhang Shan endured the pain and raised his head. A child of about 11 years old stood in front of him, looking at him coldly. Who are you? After taking a step back cautiously, he began to wonder why there was a child here. What's going on? Why is he not dead yet, and his power has reached this level? The cold voice appeared in his ears again, but this time it was tinged with fear. What do you mean? Who is he? Explain it to me clearly. Zhang Shan shouted in his sea of consciousness, trying to find the answer from the ancient soul, but the guy did not respond. Seeing that his trump card was useless, he had to try to negotiate with the little boy. Little friend, you and I have never even met each other. We have no grudges in the past or present. You will not attack me, right? The child smiled contemptuously. Huh. I also think that you and I have no grudges. Zhang Shan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but the next sentence directly threw him into the abyss. If you thought so, when you tricked me down just now. Zhang Shan trembled all over. You are Li Junfei. I have used this name before. After speaking, he raised his hands, and surging magical energy gathered. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shan slumped on the ground and stretched out his hand to beg Li Junfei, listen to me. This is all asked by an ancient soul. If I don't listen to him, he will kill me. Li Junfei nodded. I know, although he wants to hide himself, but when I came, I had already discovered his existence. Don't worry, I will deal with him. Seeing this, the soul immediately floated out. This guy's in my hands now. If you dare to do anything to me, I will drag him to be buried with me. Being sandwiched between the two big guys, Zhang Shan said that he was very nervous. He was especially afraid that he would accidentally anger them, and then he would not know how he died. Li Junfei, for the sake of our 4 years in college, please save me this time. I promise that I will never go against you again. Guhan immediately roared, shut up. If you say any more nonsense, I will kill you now. Then he looked at Li Junfei, and you, if you want to save your friend, you should find me a good container now, otherwise I will kill him too. Okay, please do it. Li Junfei scratched his ears expressionlessly and stretched out his hand to indicate that he could kill. Both of them were a little confused. Why did you let someone do it? At least negotiate first. You two are weird. I didn't say I wanted to save him from the beginning, did I? It's just that you two have been acting on your own. After saying that, he stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and a staff with a pure silver body, 2 dark golden wings on the top and a crimson gem appeared in his little hand. As for now, this staff is 2 heads taller than Li Junfei now, and it is a bit funny for a child to hold it. Forbidden magic record, creation. The scarlet gem emitted a ray of light, and the people around had to close their eyes. If possible, he didn't want to use this trick, but he knew the origin of the soul, and knew that it was not so easy to deal with, so he had to go all out. Zhang Shan felt that his eyes went dark. When he regained his vision again, he found himself in an unknown place, where there was only an endless desert. Just as Zhang Shan and the soul began to worry about the philosophical question of who I am, where I am, and what I should do, an overwhelming voice came from a distance. Forbidden magic record, starfall. A huge meteorite fell from the sky and landed in the center of this newly created small world. Before he died, Zhang Shan suddenly laughed. Doing this would ultimately harm himself, so who could he blame? If he hadn't been greedy for supernatural powers, there wouldn't be so many things. On the bright side, at least if he died like this, it would seem that there would be no pain. The ancient soul roared unwillingly, just wait, I will kill you, and I will definitely make you die without a complete corpse. The earth and the sky were smashed into pieces by the meteorite, and finally the whole world began to slowly decompose, and the only creature in it was also decomposed into countless pieces by the power of space. Then Li Junfei waved his hand, and sent this small world into the passage, opened by the soul-devouring monument. How the feeling of pitting yourself is really not very pleasant. Li Junfei, who had just consumed a lot of magic power, also breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't been back for many years, and I didn't expect to come back at this time. It really ruined my good mood. I don't know what my parents are doing. If they know about my death, they will definitely be very sad. Alas, after so many years of life, I suddenly don't know how to face them. As he said, he teleported to his side, took out his mobile phone, and called for help, asking them to come and collect his body. Then he teleported again, and came to the vicinity of his parents, but under the effect of magic, they couldn't see him. It seems that they are all doing well. I can find a place to stay. There is still a lot of time in the future. By the way, I need a new identity. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and a dark area suddenly appeared, and gradually condensed into a human figure. Junfei frowned. I didn't expect that even you came back. Chapter 2 I traveled through time. The camera returns to the moment when a beam of light shot up into the sky. What is this place? It's so warm. Am I dead? Strange. There seems to be something extra in my head. Let me see. Junfei tried his best to open his eyes and found himself in a gray space, and he was floating in this space. Where is this? What is that? Then he saw a text floating in the air. It was not in any language he knew, but his intuition told him that it was text, a text that had never appeared in their history. When he was surprised, he looked up and looked forward, and found that there were many such texts, densely floating in this space, but they were shrouded in fog, and could not be seen at all. He looked around carefully, and found that there were several other texts that flickered, unlike this one, that directly shone with a faint golden light. Junfei tried to get closer to the brightest text, and when he touched it, he felt as if there was something extra in his mind. This is the first chapter of magic extraction, which is a method of using mental power to induce the power of natural element and then combine them to form magic. It is suitable for beginners. These things seem ridiculous, but his intuition tells him that this is true. Just when Junfei was struggling between intuition and rationality, he suddenly found that the flickering text became clear. He floated forward again to touch each clear text. This is a small fireball spell. This is a water ball spell. This is a first level wind spell. A first level strange power spell. A weak healing spell. A sensing spell. A first level body protection spell. These are all spells, and they should be used after extracting a certain amount of magic power. It seems that this may be true. While talking to himself, Junfei flew into the depths of the fog. He tried to touch the text shrouded in fog again, but found that, although the fog would not stop him from moving forward, it would allow him to penetrate them directly, and could not get anything useful. I don't know how many spells I passed through, and finally saw something different. What's in front of me? My life experience. Looking at the scattered pictures in front of me, it was the event that impressed Junfei the most in his life. And the scene of the snowy mountain was remembered very clearly. Wait, that snowy mountain doesn't seem to be the mountain I jumped from. What's going on? Why do I see a child carrying me? Who is that person? I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Just when he wanted to go forward to see it clearly, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a ray of light above. Looking up, it was a tetrahedral inscription. The light it emitted suppressed this space, separating memories and spells. There were no densely packed fonts on it, and only one side still had the words, Forbidden Magic Record, Soul Devouring Monument. Is this the obelisk that pierced me? Am I really dead? What's going on here? Just when Junfei was puzzled, the light emitted by the soul-devouring monument became brighter, and Junfei couldn't help but squint his eyes. When the light faded, he found that he seemed to have come to a strange place again. There was only one person carving an inscription. Every time he carved, he seemed to be able to clearly feel his aging. I don't know how long it took, a year or 10 years. He finally finished carving the obelisk, and he also changed from a middle-aged man to a white-haired old man. He let out a long sigh, finally stood up and said, "My name is Junfei. I know that I will die soon, so I left this stele to ensure the continuation of my clan. The one who gets this stele can get the inheritance that suits you best, and protect my demon clan from extinction. Today, I will go to meet my destiny." After that, he walked away, becoming younger with every step, and the color of this world became darker. In the end, only his back and the obelisk beside him that was emitting a faint light were left. And until he disappeared from sight, he never looked back at the stele that condensed his life's efforts. When he disappeared completely, the scenery of this space became completely dark, and the stele disappeared. Junfei's consciousness also became blurred. After an unknown period of time, he heard a voice and slowly woke up. Is there anyone here? Who is it? He tried hard to see the scenery around him and finally opened his eyes. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his face, but Lee Junfei's eyes felt stinging because he had not been exposed to the light for a long time, and he couldn't help but close them again. Great, he's awake. Doctor, this person is awake. The voice gradually faded away, and Lee Junfei heard it clearly this time. It was the voice of a little boy. After a while, Lee Junfei adapted to the light and was finally able to face the sun, but his body seemed to be torn apart and it hurt to move. At this time, the child came back with a group of people in white coats. Lee Junfei only felt that the child was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember. It's really incredible. He was frostbitten like this. I thought he was dead, but he survived, and his consciousness was awake before his body recovered. Can the consciousness of a human body be higher than that of a living body and produce such a strong vitality? It's incredible. He said this, and began to check the body with his hands. After the examination, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay. The frostbite on the body is not serious. He can be discharged from the hospital after resting for a while. But the brain injury is very serious. When you brought him here, his brain activity almost stopped. Now that he is awake, it's not a big problem. Little friend, do you remember who you are?" Lee Junfei's inner thoughts. Who am I? How do I know? And who are you calling a kid? I'm already 23. Forget it, I won't bother with him. He said I have a brain problem anyway, so I'll just go along with what he said and have some amnesia. I don't remember anything. Where is this place? Why am I here? The white coat nodded and said, "Is there really a sequel? No wonder. After all, it's abnormal if there is no sequel. You should communicate with this kid more. See if you can remember anything." After that, he left the ward. The child in a white shirt and dark blue shorts watched the doctor leave, and then turned to Yu and Daisuke. "Hello, do you still remember the scene on the snowy mountain?" Lee Junfei began to try to recall, but he couldn't even remember a little bit of information about this person. And he suddenly found that even his own information was very vague. He could only vaguely remember his basic information, and that he bought an unscrupulous product and fell to his death. It seems that I don't even need to pretend to have lost my memory now. I really have lost my memory. Wait, on the snowy mountain, is he the one who carried me forward in that scene? I seem to remember something. Did you carry me out of the snowy mountain? Seeing that Lee Junfei remembered this, he seemed very happy and said, "Yes, I carried you out. Do you remember anything else? For example, who are you?" But Lee Junfei still couldn't remember anything. He could only shake his head. Really? What a pity. He sat down by the bed, put his hands on the edge of the bed to support his head, and looked like he was thinking. Looking at his appearance, I found that this child is pretty good looking. He will definitely be a handsome boy in the future. But now is not the time to think about this question. Lee Junfei endured the pain and pulled his hand out. He found that his hand did not look like the hand of an adult man at all. Instead, it was similar to the child next to him, and it was still blue and purple. It should be the sequel he left after frostbite. It seems that the doctor was right to call me a child. Now this body is really a child, Lee Junfei said to himself. When the boy saw Lee Junfei pull his hand out, he immediately took the quilt and gently covered it, then said, "No, you can't move around now, you need to rest well." He couldn't help but sigh. Now I have to have a child to take care of me. Then he put his hand back in obediently. After seeing that he followed his advice, he smiled again, sat up straight, and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't remember. Now I will introduce myself. My name is Chumushin Yinkei. I'm 9 years old, and I'm very happy to meet you. Chumushin. Yinkei. Dora, my head." Lee Junfei remembered it. After repeating the name, he remembered everything. Memories came up like a tide. Receiving such a huge amount of information in an instant made my head split, and I covered my head and screamed. In the previous life, Lee Junfei, 23 years old, remembered all the memories from elementary school to graduation from an ordinary university. In this life, Yu and Daisuke, 9 years old, was trapped in the mountains when he went skiing not long ago. His parents were buried under the snowy mountains, and he remembered the memory of being carried back by Dekisugi. Just when Junfei was about to faint, a stone tablet appeared, suppressing the surging memories, leaving only a part that he could accept. Although only a part, it was enough for Junfei to judge that this was the world of Doraemon. And the little boy in front of him is the biggest extra in this world, an all-round talent, with excellent grades, and knows everything about astronomy and geography, and is good at all sports. Shizuka's best spare tire Dekisugi Issei. Chapter 3 First Attempt. When Junfei finally got out of this great pain, he saw Chumashin looking at him with concern and a little apologetic eyes. Seeing that the child was better, he said, "Are you okay? I'm sorry to make you feel so uncomfortable. I'm really sorry." Junfei shook his head. "No, I want to thank you for making me remember something." Chumashin said excitedly. "Really? What did you remember? Can you tell me soon?" "Well, my name is Yu and Daisuke, the same age as you. My parents have been sleeping under the glacier to protect me. Now, I don't know what I should do." As he said, Junfei felt tears dripping from the corners of his eyes. He reached out and touched it, and it was indeed tears. Strange, why did he cry? Obviously he was not sad. It seemed that it was because of Yu and Daisuke himself. Even if the consciousness has disappeared, will the body still remember this family affection? If I die like this, my parents will definitely be very sad, right? How should I face them? It's really a headache. Then Junfei asked a question that he was very concerned about. "So who is responsible for my current hospitalization and medical expenses? This amount of money is not a small amount. In the past life, I don't know how many families fell apart because of huge medical expenses. Besides, he felt guilty about letting them bear such an expense. Don't worry, most of your medical expenses are borne by the government, and we will pay a small part first. You can pay us back when you have money. Well, you shouldn't worry about these problems. Now you should take good care of your health. After all, health is the most important thing." After saying that, he tidied up the quilt that Junfei had just messed up. The two chatted for a few more words. Chumashin looked at the time, stood up and said, "Sorry, I have to go back to prepare lunch first. I will come to see you later. You are not feeling well now, so don't walk around." Then he slowly walked out, waved goodbye to Junfei, and closed the door. Junfei was relieved when he saw him walk out, because now he could do what he wanted to do, practice magic. According to the information he got, magic is not a power that the demon race possesses. But since he has it, he has to give it a try, no matter who it belongs to. The content of the first chapter of Magic Extraction slowly emerged in his mind, and he tried to guide the natural power into his mind with a skeptical attitude. The elemental power entered the sea of consciousness and combined with a little mental power to form a new power. This is the magic recorded in the book. He was very surprised by this, because it seemed that he didn't spend much mental power. It was just like using a drop of water in a bowl of water. After a few minutes of rest, it was restored to its original state. Feeling this ray of magic, Junfei tried to release the weak healing spell, but found that he couldn't even complete the opening move of the weak healing spell. "I'd better wait until I can condense the first rune and the sea of consciousness before trying it again. There is really no way now." Condensing runes is the proof that the magician has entered the first stage, and only a simple rune needs to be condensed. Moreover, in addition to being a proof, this rune can also speed up the recovery of mental power and the speed of extracting magic power, and can be practiced independently. A first level mage can store 10 one-stroke runes in his sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, Junfei devoted himself to practice again. An hour later, more than 10 strands of magic power were added to his sea of consciousness. He also felt a little tired, and he hadn't eaten for a long time, so he was a little hungry. At this time, this world's supporting role, Chumashin, once again appeared at the right time. "How was your rest? I think you must be hungry. I cooked porridge for you. Come and eat it while it's hot." Chumashin raised his hand to indicate the insulated lunchbox in his hand. He tried to sit up, but his body was still inconvenient to move. He felt pain all over his body when he moved, and even his sea of consciousness was a little turbulent. It should be the sequely left by taking over this body. It takes some time to run in the body and soul and let them reach a balanced state. He took the lunchbox and tried to stretch the spoon to the porridge in the lunchbox, but his fingers trembled because of frostbite and the incoordination of the soul. "If you don't mind, let me help you." Dekisugi offered his help again, but Lee Junfei felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had lived for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he had been fed by someone since he could remember, and by a 9-year-old child. "No need, I think doing it myself should help me recover." In the end, Lee Junfei chose to refuse. After all, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. And when he did do something, he also felt that his soul and body had some synchronization. Although it was very weak, it was the best to have obvious improvement over before. Dekisugi didn't force it, but picked up his own portion and started eating. After finishing the meal, Lee Junfei continued to chat with Dekisugi casually and asked, by the way, how long it would take for school to start. "There are about 10 days left before school starts. Are you still thinking about your homework? It's okay. In special cases like yours, you can apply for exemption from homework." Then Dekisugi stood up and said, "Okay, I have to help Fat Tiger and the others play baseball this afternoon. If I don't go, then Nobita will be scolded." After that, he took the lunchbox and left. At the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "It's okay, I'll come to see you in the evening. Have a good rest." After saying that, he waved his hand and gently closed the door again. After watching him leave, he began to practice magic again. It was nearly 5 hours in the afternoon. He was so tired that he almost fainted after only 3 hours of practice, so he fell into a deep sleep. He was not woken up until 5 o'clock. After resting for 2 hours, Lee Junfei was still not very energetic, but it was enough. Chumushin brought dinner again, and he came alone again. After dinner, Lee Junfei asked, "Chumushin, where are your parents?" He had been curious about this question for a long time, because in his impression, he seemed to have never seen Chumushin's parents appear. "Oh, you mean them? They come back very late every night, so I'm the only one who comes to see you." Hearing this, Lee Junfei admired him a little. He could study until late at night every night without supervision. It was indeed not comparable to them, the younger generation. No wonder he can go to Mars to work in the future. With such perseverance, it is normal to have great achievements. "But, you are alone, aren't you lonely?" He smiled and touched his head and said, "It doesn't matter, just read a book when you feel lonely. By the way, I will be back soon, so I brought a book for you. Don't be lonely." Then he took out a book and handed it to Lee Junfei. Holding The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Lee Junfei was a little dazed. Who would read such a fantasy book at this age? Aren't they all reading Enlightenment education such as 100,000 Whys or Andersen's fairy tales? Wait. He looked at the talented Dekisugi in front of him. It seems that there really is. Chapter 4 Discharge from Hospital and New Home. After sending Chumushin away at night, Lee Junfei started his cultivation journey again. After repeating for several hours, he finally felt a sense of saturation in his mind, which was a sign that his sea of consciousness had reached its peak. At this time, the success rate of condensing magic runes was the highest, and the condensed runes were the most tenacious, and contained the most power. The mental power mobilized all the magic energy, gathered them together, and finally slowly formed a straight line, and then began to gradually bend. Lee Junfei's mental power twisted along with it in this process, and he also clearly felt that his mental space began to grow. After a while, a twisted symbol took shape. This is a symbol that every magician has. In magic text, it represents origin, and is also called a heaven-given mark. Because other symbols can be condensed by mental power, only this initial text is written by the power of heaven and earth. When the text is completed, a spiritual force is fed back to his sea of consciousness. Lee Junfei felt that his mental power was once again expanded. If it was a bowl of water before, it became a basin after the condensation of the symbol. The text began to slowly attract the power of nature, and the mental power also combined to form new magic. This process was not guided by him, but he began to practice automatically. Of course, the speed was not fast, only about 1/5 of that in the conscious state. Very good. This way, even if I don't have to concentrate all the time, I can still increase my strength. Although the speed is a bit slow, it's not tiring. Feeling that his own strength has indeed increased, Junfei decided to try out the few spells he had. The first was the weak healing spell. Due to his low realm, he couldn't skip the step of chanting. So according to the spell, he quickly chanted the 15 ancient characters. The magic power began to surge gradually with his spell, and a light green light enveloped Junfei's body. He felt warm all over. The power of magic did not last long, and faded after a few seconds. Looking at this 9-year-old body, the frostbite marks on his body gradually faded. Junfei tried to move his body, and the pain subsided a little, and his sea of consciousness was much more stable, indicating that the fit between the soul and the body has also improved a lot. Looking into the sea of consciousness, he found that the seal became transparent, looming, absorbing the surrounding energy and slowly recovering. Junfei also entered the training mode again, cooperating with his recovery. After about half an hour, the magic power had almost recovered. And it was a little more than when he just entered the first level magician. Great, I can be discharged tomorrow. Just when he wanted to repair his body in one go, Junfei suddenly thought, if he almost recovered tomorrow, would he be pulled over for a search? Although there are bugs like Doraemon in this world that people can get used to, it is better to be careful. So Junfei decided to control his discharge time to a few days later. Although this would be a little surprising, it has not completely deviated from the worldview of ordinary people. After all, he has been lying down for so many days. And the doctor also said that he doesn't need to rest for a long time. There is nothing special about these days. It's just that every day he will think of some past events, whether it is as Junfei or Yuandazhi. Although it is still fragmented, it is enough for him to speculate the key information in this life, such as where he lives and who his parents are. But maybe because the memory has not been fully revived, or because of the influence of the body, he feels that his mentality has become much more active. And Junfei successfully accumulated strength to carve the second talisman, which means element. Chumushin still came to visit the patient every day, so he was not alone. On the third night, Junfei told Chumushin that he wanted to be discharged from the hospital the next day. He was very happy to see the child get better, and then he seemed to think of something and hurried back. Junfei lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. In the past few days, his body has recovered more than half, and the frostbite left is not enough to affect his normal movement. Of course, his face is now a little paralyzed due to the sequelae of frostbite. The problem is, where can he go after he gets out? Although the original home belongs to Junfei according to the law, he does not have the ability to live independently now, at least in the eyes of outsiders, and he will probably be sent to an orphanage. Shaking his head to throw out the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, he decided to go to sleep. There must be a way to get to the mountain. If it doesn't work, go and steal Doraemon's treasure bag. Anyway, that guy would be scared out of his wits whenever he heard a mouse, and the spare bag was always placed under the cupboard, so it would be too easy to get it if he really wanted to. The next morning, he still got up early. It was Junfei's habit to get up at 6:30 at school anyway, and opened the curtains. Seeing the morning light shining on the town, he couldn't help but sigh. My new life is finally about to officially begin. At the same time, he added in his heart, as you and as he went to the attending physician and submitted his application for discharge. The doctor originally disagreed, but after the examination, he found that the frostbite marks on the child's body had almost disappeared, and he was more active and his memory had recovered well. He agreed to Yuandaz's application for discharge, but the premise was to pay the last debt. As for the money, Yuandaz had to borrow it from Chumushin and others first. He had no choice but to wait for Chumushin to come. At 9 o'clock, the familiar footsteps sounded outside the door again. Sure enough, Chumushin arrived on time. But this time, there was a middle-aged man and woman following behind. Yuandaz was looking at the town on the windowsill, and Chumushin ran towards Yuandaz, took his hand, and walked towards the middle-aged man and woman. Dazi, let me introduce you. This is my parents. There are some things we want to discuss with you. After saying that, he stepped aside. Chumushin's father was a middle-aged man with a square beard and a little fat. Comparing him and Chumushin, looking at this pair of father and son with such a big difference, Yu and Daisy still found it a little unbelievable. The middle-aged man came up and touched his head and then said, Yu and Daisy, have you ever thought about where you want to go in the future? Yu and Daisy was a little unhappy that he took advantage of him when they met. But when he heard this topic, he had already guessed what this person wanted to talk about, so he suppressed his unhappiness first. Pretending to think for a moment, he said, I don't know. There's no one else at home except me now, and I don't know where to go. Seeing this, the aunt coughed and said, Junfei told me last night that you may have nowhere to go after you are discharged from the hospital, and hope that we could adopt you. But you also know that it is very difficult for us. After all, one more child will also cause a lot of trouble. The father next to him immediately glared at him and said, he is still a child. Why are you telling him this? Go out. I will have a good talk with him. The aunt was very unhappy and took Demushin out temporarily, leaving the space for the two men. Our family can take you in, but what the aunt said makes sense. It takes a lot of energy for a family to take care of one more child, and we may not have much time to take care of you. Yu and Daisy nodded. What he said made some sense. According to their situation in the original book, it seems that there is indeed no time to take care of them. And staying here is also very useful. Now the 4th grade is about to start school. Even if Doraemon has not arrived, it is not far away. In other words, this must be done. Yu and Daisy thought for a moment and made a decision. If you really take me in, then our house will be useless. You might as well sell it. But I also have a request. I have agreed in advance that my name will not be changed. After all, it is something my parents left me. Xiaoshin's father still had the same smile on his face, but his heart had changed a little. Did this kid misunderstand me? I wanted him to learn from Dekisugi and let us worry less. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. But it's okay. Judging from his maturity, he should be able to be as worry-free as Junfei, which also saves me a lot of time and energy. As for the name change, Junfei is enough, and he doesn't need to change his name to my surname. Let's just leave it at that. After making up his mind, he nodded and agreed to Yu and Daz's request. Then it's settled. As for your house, I'm a little short of money for the time being, but I won't be greedy for yours. I'll record the cost after selling it, and all of it will be used as your living expenses in the future. Yu and Daisy nodded, and his first impression of him began to change gradually. Seeing that the child agreed, he turned around and walked out to tell everyone the good news. Izuki-chan walked in quickly, looked at Yu and Daisy, and said with a smile, that's great. Please give me more advice in the future. Yu and Daisy also smiled and responded, yes, please give me more advice. Then everyone went to complete the discharge procedures together, paid the last tens of thousands of yen in fees, and the family walked out of the hospital. Chapter 5, Psychic Critical Attack. The family first went back to Yu and Daz's old house and took out the certification materials needed for the adoption procedure. In his old room, Yu and Daisuke, or Lee Junfei, saw many strange and familiar things, toys, comics, baseball suits and other things. His current adoptive father asked him to take some things that might be useful in the future, so Yu and Daisy took the baseball suit. After all, in the next period of time, he would definitely play baseball a lot. But who would have thought that this guy would play baseball so rarely in the future? After packing up his things, Yu and Daisy sighed that he was about to leave this place, where he had never been, but stayed for nearly 10 years. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a photo on the wall. The family in the photo were all wearing kimonos and sitting in the hall for a group photo. At that time, everyone had a smile on their faces, but they never thought that separation would come so soon. He must have lived a happy life in the past, right? Yu and Daisy took it down and wiped it gently, and 2 tears slid down the frame. He couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes, which was affected by Yu and Daz's consciousness. But he did not suppress it, because he was not the only one who was sad. For some reason, Yu and Daisy still took the photo away from the house, followed him to the new home, and placed it on Chumushin's desk. In the afternoon, Yu and Daisy took the materials and followed his adoptive father to the government to complete the adoption procedures. When they returned home in the evening, they were greeted by a sumptuous meal. Let's celebrate today that our family has a new member. Come on, everyone, cheers. As they said, everyone raised their cups and drank the wine. There was laughter and joy on the table, and their cooking skills were very good, which also filled Yu and Daz's empty stomach. After eating and drinking, Yu and Dazi and Chumashin washed the dishes and returned to their rooms. Chumashin's room is always clean and tidy because he has a good habit of putting things back to their original places as soon as possible and never throwing them around. He was embarrassed to destroy everything here, so he could only develop this habit together. The two children sat in front of the desk, each holding a book and reading. But the difference is that the book that Izuki took is a science exploration book, while the book that Yu and Daisy took is a history book. Although he has watched every episode of Doraemon, almost every episode revolves around Nobita, and there is very little introduction to the world. To put it bluntly, he is an illiterate who knows nothing and needs to supplement his knowledge here. Fortunately, after expanding his sea of consciousness, Yu and Daisy's memory ability has improved significantly, and his intelligence should have also increased a little. He can finish a history book in one night, and has a certain preliminary understanding of the world. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to go to bed. Izuki also stood up to wash up. Yu and Daisy looked at him smiling all the time and asked, "You seem very happy." Yes. His tone was cheerful. After all, it is really rare to find a friend with similar interests like you. My classmates rarely read these, so sometimes it is difficult to communicate. No, the reason why it is difficult for you to communicate with them is not because they don't read books, but because you are too perfect, making people feel out of reach and afraid to catch up. Besides, it is normal for children of your age to read comics. Yu and Daisy silently complained in his heart. After washing up and returning to the room, he wanted to take out a quilt and spread it on the floor to sleep like Nobita, but found that this room did not have a closet like Doraemon, which means there was no place to put the quilt. Dekisugi changed into pajamas and sat on the bed, leaving an empty seat for one person next to him and a newly taken pillow. "Why are you still standing there? It's time to go to bed. This seat is reserved for you." After saying that, he patted the seat next to him. "Are we two going to sleep in the same bed?" He was a little surprised. After all, Nobita and Doraemon, who are so close to each other, didn't sleep together. I wonder if you have ever thought that they didn't sleep together because Doraemon was too fat? Yes, because we didn't expect there would be so many people, so we don't have any extra quilts now. Let's buy some in 2 days. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, you can go and squeeze in with your parents. Yu and Daisy thought about the middle-aged uncle and the aunt who had early menopause. Forget it. Compared to them, this place looks much more comfortable. No, it's just the first time I sleep with a child of the same age. Well, sorry to bother you tonight. He got on the bed. Well, good night. After saying that, he turned off the lights in the room. After a while, Dekisugi fell asleep. Yu and Daisy practiced for more than 2 hours before falling asleep tiredly. The next day, he was woken up by his biological clock at 6:30. He looked at Chumashin, who was still sleeping soundly, did not disturb him, changed his clothes, and went out of the window while the sun was shining to sit on the eaves and look at the town. From this perspective, this world is not real, but rather looks a bit like in anime. Soon, pedestrians appeared in groups of 3 or 2 on the street. Some people worked far away and had to go out now. Just as Yu and Daisy was enjoying the quiet time in the morning, he suddenly found 2 familiar figures on the street. After a closer look, they were his adoptive parents. It was not easy for them to go to work so early. Yu and Daisy cast a first-level wind spell on himself and jumped down from the 2nd floor, scaring Chumashin's dog. He walked to the front door and entered the house. There is one unreasonable thing in Doraemon, that is, there is no need to lock the door when there are children at home. It is really dangerous. If there are bad guys, won't they rob the people in the house together? There is really no sense of security. Entering the restaurant, Yu and Dazzy was surprised to find breakfast for 2 people on the table. He looked at the time, and it was almost 7 o'clock. Yu and Dazzy went upstairs to wake up Dekisugi, but found that Dekisugi had come down by himself. You got up earlier than I thought. Dekisugi still had a smile on his face. Yu and Dazzy had a blank expression on his face. Well, I couldn't sleep in the morning, so I got up early. Let's go. My parents should have left breakfast for us. Let's go wash up first. After washing up, Yu and Dazzy went to the restaurant to set up the dishes, while Dekisugi went upstairs to change clothes. After a while, he came down wearing the same set of long-sleeved shirt and shorts. I don't know why all normal-sized children wear this set of clothes. Nobita, Sunya, Yasuo and Dekisugi. I don't know if it's because of the era in Japan, or because Fujiko was too lazy to draw. Dekisugi picked up his dishes and walked to the reception room, then turned on the TV. I said, how could a child not like to watch anime? Dekisugi also likes it. Yu and Dazzy was not happy for a while, and he could no longer be happy because he saw Dekisugi watching the news broadcast. He returned to the restaurant and took the dishes to the reception room, muttering, what's going on? Can I reincarnate in Japan without erasing my memory? He is so mature at such a young age. After finishing breakfast together, he saw Dekisugi watching the news broadcast with great interest, so he took the dishes to wash. After washing, he found that the news broadcast had ended and Dekisugi should return to his room. Yu and Dazzy decided to ask him what plans he had for the day. After entering the room, he found that he had indeed started reading. You started reading so early? Don't you have any plans today? Arrangements? No, I read because I have nothing to do. After hearing what he said, Yu and Dazzy was speechless. What should I say? So sad. Could it be that I have to read books with him for more than 10 days? What a joke. I didn't have to work so hard when I took the college entrance examination. Yu and Dazzy took a deep breath to calm himself down and suddenly remembered that he hadn't folded his pajamas and put them in the closet after changing clothes in the morning, but he couldn't find them. Chumashin saw Yu and Dazzy looking for something and asked, are you looking for your pajamas? Well, did you see it? Chumashin said seriously, I have folded your clothes and put them in the closet. In the future, you must put them in after changing clothes in the morning, otherwise they will be messy and not look good. Yu and Dazzy suddenly felt that he had suffered 10,000 points of critical damage. P.S. The author is a student party, and I try to keep updating once a day from Monday to Friday, and twice a day on weekends. Chapter 6 School starts. In the blink of an eye, it was time to start school, and the transfer procedures had been completed a week ago. These days, Yu and Dazzy and Imushin were together and had a good time. From Monday to Friday, their parents left home for work before 7 o'clock in the morning and would not come back until around 9 o'clock in the evening. They cooked lunch and dinner together. It was a pity that Nobita and his friends had never come here to look for Imushin, so they had never had a chance to meet them. When they were free, Imushin would chat with Yu and Dazzy, but he was the one who led the topic every time. Every time they talked, Yu and Dazzy would be hit because his knowledge was not even comparable to that of a 9-year-old child, which almost made him lose confidence. However, Imushin always looked very happy during the communication. As for cultivation, Yu and Dazzy is now first level 7 seal magician. The 7 seals are origin, element, sky, sun, stars, life, and temperature. He also tried the magic spells. The first level strange power spell can temporarily make his strength comparable to that of an adult, but only for about 5 minutes, and the same is true for the first level wind spell. The consumption of induction is relatively small. Under normal circumstances, it can sense a distance of 7 meters. At full output, it can sense 15 meters, but the mental pressure is too great. After all, for things about 15 meters away, every detail is visible, and processing this information is still quite brain consuming. The small fireball and water ball spells are not enough to kill with one blow, but it is still possible to hit a few more times. The body protection spell can withstand 2 water ball spells. The power of elementary magic is not strong, but the power of self-defense is still possessed. How is it? Have you put away your things? Today is your first time to come to our class. Don't be nervous. Chumushin said, and patted Yu and as his shoulder. He nodded in response to Chumushin. But I'm not nervous at all. No wonder. Why do I feel shy? I don't want to go to school. I'm so nervous. Chumushin looked at him and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Nothing. I just realized that you can be shy. Nonsense. I'm not shy. Then why are your ears so red? Yu and as he reached out and touched his ears and found that they were indeed hot. He knew without thinking that they must be red. TSK. He could only put his head down and put on his shoes and said nothing more. Really, he is an adult. Why would he be like this when he thought about transferring to another school? It's so embarrassing. Dekishan didn't care at all. Okay, it's okay. Just get used to it. Let's go. After saying that, he pulled Yu and Daisy to school. On the way, at a familiar corner, a girl in a red dress came over. It was Minamoto Shizuka, who was closest to Dekishan. Hey, Shizuka, what a coincidence. Let's go to school together. Dekishan really went to talk to him again. Shizuka also smiled and nodded. Then he saw Yu and Azuki, who was expressionless because of the sequelae of frostbite. Mr. Izuki, who is this? This is Yejin Deiji, my friend and the new transfer student in our class today. Deiji, this is Minamoto Shizuka. We will be classmates from now on. Say hello. Hello, I'm Minamoto Shizuka. Nice to meet you. We will be classmates from now on. Please give me your guidance. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yejin Deiji. Hello, my name is Yejin Deiji. Yejin Deiji still has a great affection for his childhood goddess. Unfortunately, due to the sequelae of his frostbite, he didn't show it much. So he stretched out his hand and shook Minamoto Shizuka's hand. Then please give me your guidance in the future. Izuki smiled and said, then let's continue to set off. Don't be late on the first day of school. After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward, followed by Yejin Deiji and Shizuka. More than 10 minutes later, they arrived at the school. There are still relatively few students entering the school now. After all, Izuki and Shizuka are generally the first group of people to arrive at school. After entering the teaching building, the two separated from Shizuka. She was going back to the classroom, while Yu and Deiji was going to the teaching building to report to his homeroom teacher. Izuki-san was going to lead him to the office, as he didn't know the way. The office was quite far from the classroom, because it was two buildings. There was only one teacher inside, Nobita's homeroom teacher, Kato Osamu. Teacher, this is today's transfer student Yu and Deiji. After saying that, he took a step back, so that Yu and Deiji and the teacher could look directly at each other. The teacher put down the book in his hand, and said to him, you must be Yu and Azuki. I heard the principal talk about you. It's really sad that something like that happened, but don't be sad. There are losses and gains in life. I believe you can overcome difficulties, and stand up again and move forward. After that, he stood up, and touched his head, and then said, my name is Katoji, and I will be your teacher from now on. If you encounter any problems, whether in life or study, you can come to me, and I will do my best to help you. Then he turned his head to Dekisu and said, you go back first. I want to talk to Daisy about the situation and class rules in the class. Dekisu agreed and left. The teacher told Yu and Daisy a lot about the class, and gave him the textbooks he needed for the 4th grade. He stopped when the class was almost about to start, picked up the textbooks, and asked him to go to the classroom with him. On the way, the teacher kept telling Yu and Daisy not to be nervous, which made Yu and Daisy's mood, which had finally calmed down, tense again. Entering the classroom, the teacher looked around and found that there was an empty seat where someone should have been. He knew who was late without even thinking about it. After sighing, he said, classmates, let me introduce this to you, Yu and Azuki. He is a transfer student and will be a member of our grade 4 class 2 from now on. I hope everyone will get along well. He introduced himself a little nervously and bowed, saying, please take care of me from now on. I thought to myself, fortunately, this teacher didn't spread my affairs everywhere, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Then the teacher pointed to an empty seat in the corner and said, student Daisuke, that seat is your desk. Yu and Daisuke nodded and walked to the corner. This seat is relatively remote and the teacher is not easy to notice. And there is a window next to it, and he likes the seat by the window the most. Because he likes the feeling of wind blowing on his body. If not, he would not have bought a low quality hang glider and entered this world. In short, he is still quite satisfied. After all, he no longer needs to learn the knowledge here. Moreover, to be frank, he learned more from reading books for an hour at Dekisugi's house than from studying here for a week. He checked the desk and found it was very clean, without any dust, and it didn't look like no one had been sitting there for a long time. He put down his school bag, took out his textbook, and was about to start listening to the class when he suddenly heard footsteps in the corridor. And as he smiled slightly, and the protagonist of today was about to appear. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the boy in a yellow shirt appeared in front of the students, still breathing heavily. "Sorry, teacher, I'm late again." The response was naturally to stand outside as punishment. And as he covered his forehead, this appearance was really familiar. I had always seen it in anime before, but now I saw a real person, but there was no sense of violation, as if this was natural and natural. This should be the power of the world's rules, right? Nobita's character is a loser, so he also thinks this is normal. The teacher and classmates are indeed used to it, and they didn't bother about it too much. The class started in a blink of an eye. He also tried to listen to the class, but the 4th grade course was really unattractive to him. There was no other way, so and as he had to use the magic skill he had learned in college in his previous life, pretending to be listening to the class, while actually looking up the magic secret book. He had practiced this skill for 4 years, and had already mastered it to perfection. From the outside, he was definitely a model of learning. Of course, he had already started practicing magic in secret. A morning passed quickly, and and as he did not dare to practice for too long. After all, it would consume mental energy and he would get sleepy if he practiced for a long time. If his magic skill was broken, he would be punished to stand in the corridor like Nobita. Nobita returned to the classroom after the first class, but was kicked out of the classroom and stood in the second class because he fell asleep. The afternoon class was even shorter, and the class ended at 3 o'clock. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of education in China. This time Nobita was not left behind because he had completed his homework. After school, when and as he wanted to go back with Demoshin was called by Fat Tiger and others to play baseball, and Nobita was not spared. And as he was not invited because he was not familiar with them. When he returned home, he promised to go to watch Chumushin play baseball in a while, and now he cleaned the house. When Chumushin put on his baseball suit and went out, and as he knew that his chance had come. Chapter 7 The one who decides the outcome. And as he cleaned the house as quickly as possible. After confirming that it looked cleaned, he took the key, put on his shoes, and locked the door. He cast a wind spell on himself, and ran towards Nobita's house. Nobita's house was not far away, but it was in the opposite direction of the baseball field by the river, so it would take more time. After a while, he saw the familiar red-roofed and yellow-walled house. It would not work to go through the main door. After all, as far as he knew, Nobita's mother was a full-time housewife and should be at home now. Then there was only one way: jump up. And as he cast a wind spell and a strange power spell again, and increased the output of magic power. Usually only the minimum magic power required to release skills is used, and increasing the output can enhance the power of casting magic to twice the original. Run up and jump. He jumped onto the nearly 4-meter high eaves with all his strength, but because of the problem of landing posture, his feet were spread apart and stood on both sides of the diagonal bar in the middle of the eaves. After sitting in place for a while, he stood up and walked into Nobita's room. In his heart, he thought that he needed to learn the skills like parkour or fighting. Seeing Nobita's room outside the window, his first impression was dirty. From then on, you can guess that Dream is probably not in the room. It is clean. Either he packed, or is forced by Nobita to be cleaned up, to go out to play a meal. Every time I followed the aftermath, it must be a lot of a dream. That's right. I'm only in the 4th grade. There should be a little time before the plot begins. Forget it. Never mind. Let's go watch Tiki play baseball first. Don't be late. After saying that, he jumped out of the window. Under the effect of the wind spell, Yu and as he was not injured. Then he ran towards the river. 10 minutes later, he looked at the baseball field by the river and slowed down. According to the time, Yu and Dazi should have walked here, so he couldn't breathe too hard. He was facing a group of children, but his roommate was a genius with a mind comparable to that of a certain elementary school student of the god of death. Although he didn't have the talent to die wherever he went, it was better to be careful. 10 minutes later, Yu and Dazi appeared in the crowd of onlookers next to the baseball field and looked at Diki. Diki also saw him and nodded to him. Now it was the opponent's turn to attack, and the one throwing the ball on the field was Fat Tiger. This time Fat Tiger threw a fast ball, and the opponent didn't react in time and failed to catch the ball. At this time, the referee announced that Fat Tiger successfully struck out the opponent's baseball player. Next, the offense and defense switched sides, and the batter on his team was Izuki Issei. He was under a lot of pressure now, because they were behind in the score. Whether they could turn the tables depended on these last two people. Izuki held the bat and looked directly at the pitcher in front of him. The pitcher seemed to know how powerful Izuki was, so he took a deep breath and threw a fastball with the power of Fat Tiger with all his strength. However, Izuki had been prepared for this moment, and his whole body was tense, waiting for the best time to swing the bat. Even now, Izuki's eyes changed, and a sharp aura suddenly burst out, and he swung the bat. Home run. The members of his team were all excited, and everyone quickly ran to the bases and successfully scored. Now the score was only 2 points slower than the opponent. Well done. Yu and Dazi saw this ball and couldn't help but cheer on the stage. The offense and defense rotated again, and Sunia pitched as the defender. This time he didn't throw a fastball like Fat Tiger. After all, his power was far less than Fat Tiger. The speed of the ball was not fast, but, this guy's ball is really in line with his personality. Yu and Dazi was next to him, and he turned on his perception and found that the direction and angle of the ball were relatively large, and it was not an ordinary ball. Sure enough, just when the opposing baseball player breathed a sigh of relief and was about to hit a home run, the trajectory of the ball suddenly deviated from the original path and drew an arc in the air. The baseball player was shocked and swung the bat hurriedly, and the baseball hit the position close to the handle. People who have learned baseball know that the perfect position for baseball hitting is about 1/3 of the distance from the top of the bat. If the ball is close to the handle, the force is not enough, and the ball will not fly far. Sure enough, Ziofu quickly picked up the ball, intercepted the baseball player who was running the bases, and eliminated him. The next few people were also miserable. The opponent did not get any points in this round. Now it depends on their ability as the offensive side in this last round. As long as they score a little higher than the opponent, they can win. However, what was unexpected was that the last pitcher on the opposite side was not smart, and the ball he threw had no characteristics, so the first two people successfully got the score. As long as the last player gets the points, they can win the game. Yu and Dazi was also very nervous. After all, this game was a friendly match between Class 2 and Class 3, and Class 3 was the home team. According to their agreement, there is no such thing as a tie. If the scores are the same, the home team wins. That is to say, the team must get points. Of course, the stakes will be less. For example, if Class 2 loses, they have to pay for a week's snacks, and if Class 3 loses, they have to pay for 2 weeks. Yu and Dazi looked at the last person who was about to appear with full expectation. When the man appeared, his smile gradually solidified, and he knew, this is a sure thing. I saw a man wearing a yellow long-sleeved shirt, dark blue shorts, and wearing a background glasses gradually walk towards the position of the baseball player. Yes, it was Nobita. Nobita stood in front of the goalkeeper. His hands were shaking constantly, and Fat Tiger next to him said, "Nobita, as long as you score this time, then we will win. If you don't do it, then you wait and see." After that, he twisted his fingers hard, making a click sound. Well, this one is very stable. It seems that even Dekisugi can't help you. And Fat Tiger is the same. He knew that Nobita was not good at baseball, but he still brought him to the game. He even set a flag next to him. If you didn't say it, I felt that there was still some hope, but now that you said it, I know that we will definitely lose. And as he covered his eyes with his hands. The miserable scene was already unbearable for him to look at, and the voices cheering for class 3 next to him were even more unbearable for him to hear. As expected, he was struck out, and lost this round in the end. The cheers of the members of class 3 on the opposite side resounded through the sky, and he could feel their joy even from such a distance. On the other hand, everyone on class 2 surrounded Nobita, not only the members of the baseball team, but also several classmates. If it was the winning team, of course, this time they would throw this member up to celebrate his performance. However, this was the losing side. The atmosphere was terribly depressing, and everyone had a gloomy face. Nobita was so scared by the atmosphere around him that he couldn't raise his head. Finally, at Fat Tiger's order, everyone's warmed up and surrounded Nobita and beat him up. And as he walked towards Demishin didn't seem to have any special emotions, just looking at Nobita who was being beaten. Seeing him being beaten so badly, he should have felt some sympathy. And as he couldn't stand it anymore, but he didn't plan to stop the fight. After all, Nobita played a big role in losing to the opponent in a tie. Stopping the fight now is no different from seeking death. He patted Demishin on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, I'll just give you half of my snacks next week." Huh? Why would you hold back on snacks? Demishin was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, this game was agreed upon by the whole class. If we win, the whole class will get snacks for 2 weeks, but if we lose, the whole class will lose snacks for a week. So you have to hand over your snacks too. I'm so sorry I forgot to tell you." He touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. And as his smile froze on his face. No wonder there were classmates here who wanted to beat him up. So that's how it was. Get out of the way. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "I'm going to beat this guy to death today. Don't stop me." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Promotion, Level 2 Magician. In the end, and Azhr resisted the urge to use the strange power spell to beat him up. After all, this would really cause trouble, and a week's worth of snacks would not be enough. In the following week, Nobita had a hard time. Every time he handed over the snacks, he would look at him fiercely, making Nobita live in dire straits. What's more annoying is that because both classes originally had 20 people, 1 snack per person was just enough. Now that Nobita's class has an extra and Azhr, the other side allowed Nobita not to hand in the snacks to commend his outstanding contribution. 2 weeks have passed since the last incident. Today, and Azhr felt that his magic power had reached the limit of what his sea of consciousness could accommodate, and he was about to break through and become a 2nd level mage. After dinner at 7 o'clock in the evening, he told Mushan that he had something to do today and would go out first and come back later. Mushan did not ask what it was, but just told him to be careful not to be abducted by bad guys. After leaving the door, and Azhr ran towards the back mountain. He ran for 10 minutes with the wind spell and walked for nearly 20 minutes before reaching the back mountain. It was a bit far to come to this place to break through. It was very remote, but no one would disturb him. Moreover, when entering the 2nd level mage, some energy that was harmful to the human body would be leaked. He didn't want to hurt anyone, so this was the best place. He found a place on the top of the mountain to sit down and observe the 10 natural marks in his mind: origin, element, sky, sun, stars, life, temperature, soul, future, and past. Each mark represents a possibility of development. For example, if 9 element marks are condensed, then that person can only become an elemental mage in the future. If he is like this, there are many directions for development, but in terms of elemental magic, he is definitely not as good as a mage who has condensed 9 element marks. And the more chaotic the runes, the more difficult it is to advance. Because the way to advance is to make the elemental mark compatible with the origin, so that this mark that can accommodate everything evolves into a mark that belongs to you alone. The more chaotic it is, the more difficult this process is. Of course, if you master the connection between the various parts, it won't be particularly troublesome. As for why Yu and Dazi chose such a difficult route, it is because the development of this road may be broader. The seal that each magician chooses in the first stage is the direction in which he can develop in the future. The subsequent training is to copy the origin and then merge it, so that the quantitative change will cause qualitative change, and the rune can be sublimated. Yu and Dazi first merged the soul seal with the origin. This process was very smooth, without any resistance. Then came life. Life is connected to the soul, and only a little resistance was encountered during the fusion. Next is the sun. Life cannot be separated from the sun, so the resistance encountered is relatively small. The next is the stars. Life lives on the stars and shines with the sun. The resistance during the fusion is also relatively small. Next is the sky. The sky embraces the sun and stars, and the fusion process is also not difficult. Next is temperature, which is related to the sun, the sky, and life, and it is not difficult to accept. Take a deep breath, and then the highlight will come. Yu and Dazi merged the element into it, and the resistance encountered this time was relatively large. Although the elements are related to the sky and temperature, the connection is not particularly large, which leads to some rejection of the origin seal that already contains too many types. It took him a lot of effort to erase the seal with his mental power and integrate it into the seal bit by bit. There are only two left, the past and the future. These two are opposite to each other, but also connected and unified. Yu and Dazi decided to merge them together. The two marks touched the origin mark at the same time, and the repulsive force of the origin mark increased instantly, and he couldn't help but push them in with all his strength. As the process deepened, there was a tendency for new lines to spread on the body of the origin mark, and the repulsive force was also slowly increasing. When the two runes were half fused, the halos brought by the two runes touched each other, and the repulsive force from the origin mark instantly increased to a new height, directly shattering the cage formed by the mental power. This is just the beginning. After the huge force from the rune hit Yu and Dazi's sea of consciousness, the sea of consciousness was churning, and he himself vomited a large mouthful of blood because of the damage to his soul, and a lot of blood also flowed out of his nose, which should be the blood from the damage to his brain. The process of rune fusion was terminated by a powerful force, and the past and the future began to slowly withdraw, and the energy transmitted continued to set off waves in the sea of consciousness. If the consciousness collapsed again, he would lose vitality. Just when he finally reached his limit, a stone tablet appeared in his sea of consciousness, forcibly suppressing the rune, while slowly overflowing with mental power, to repair the damaged sea of consciousness. After a while, the sea of consciousness was restored to its original state. No, it was much stronger than before. It will definitely work this time. Yu and Dazi mobilized all his mental power to force the three marks together. When the degree of fusion reached half, the storm came again, but this time it failed to successfully break Junfei's mental power and continued to fuse them. When the progress was more than half, the resistance of the explosion suddenly became smaller, and the halo of the past and the future intertwined, turning into a new pattern engraved on the origin symbol, forming a picture with the other 7 symbols, and presenting it on the origin symbol. Its growth also reached its limit, and it began to absorb the free magic power in the sea of consciousness. Soon, the magic power was absorbed, and the surrounding natural forces began to surge wildly, forming a new magic power that poured into his sea of consciousness and was absorbed by this new symbol. And Yu and Dazi's sea of consciousness was constantly being opened up, becoming more vast and solid. The whole process lasted for more than half an hour, and the rune completed its growth and became more complex. Moreover, his body was also baptized by the power of nature. Although Yu and Dazi was only 10 years old, he felt that his strength should be comparable to that of a youth of 14 or 15 years old. Yu and Dazi breathed a sigh of relief. This process was indeed a bit uncomfortable, but it was worth it. Just as he sighed, new information suddenly appeared in his mind. Let me see. It turned out to be a 2nd level spell, and prescriptions, magic pattern carving learning. It looks pretty good. Seeing the hundreds of extra spells in his mind, Yu and Daisy found that he could only learn dozens of spells. Because of the type of runes, he could only learn spells related to the ones he had already condensed. He decided to try the power and consumption of the second level spell first. Well, it's not suitable to use fire here, so let's try this. Ice Cone. Recite 16 characters. Auxiliary spells have the least characters, attack spells have fewer characters, and transformation and healing spells are longer. A 30 centimeter long ice cone with a maximum diameter of about half a finger appeared between Yu and Daz's hands. Following his thoughts, it flew to a tree with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. The entire ice cone easily sank into the trunk, and the tip emerged from the other end by the length of a finger. This power is a bit exaggerated. Yu and Dazi felt that he had lost half of his magic power and shook his head. The second level spell was fatal. In the future, I should try to use the first level spell as much as possible. At most, I can use more magic power, and the damage is considerable enough. Yu and Dazi looked at his watch. It was already 8:30, so he had to go back quickly. He recited the second level wind spell, and a stream of air appeared around him. Magic power flowed through his limbs and bones. Let's go. The whole person turned into a residual image. His normal running speed now is already the limit speed of human beings. Yu and Dazi chose a road with fewer pedestrians to run, and he was not worried about being discovered, because they only felt that something seemed to fly past them just now, and when they reacted, they could no longer see anything. Soon they arrived at the door of their house, and Yu and Dazi took a long breath. He looked at the time and it only took him 10 minutes to get there. He felt his own magic power, and now it was only 20% of the original 50%, because he had recovered some of it on the way. Even so, the second level auxiliary spell not only consumes much less than the second level attack spell, but the effect is also very obvious. Feeling the new power, Yu and Dazi walked into the house with a relaxed mood. Chapter 9 Prelude to Doraemon's appearance. When he approached the house, Chumushin's parents had not returned yet, so Yu and Dazi went straight to Chumushin's room on the second floor. When he opened the door, Chumushin, who was reading a book, immediately turned his head. When he was about to say hello, Xiaoshan suddenly ran over and grabbed his clothes with an anxious look, making him not know what to say now. When he wanted to speak, Chumushin asked first, "What happened? How did you get injured and bleed so much?" "Oops, this is trouble." Yu and Dazi slapped the back of his head immediately, and he forgot about it when he was happy. When he broke through, his sea of consciousness was injured, and he vomited a lot of blood, and he forgot to clean up the nosebleed. Now there is a large blood stain on his clothes, no matter how to explain it. Chumushin saw that Yu and Dazi didn't say anything, thinking that he was bullied, and didn't dare to say anything, so he took his hand and walked out. As he walked, he said, "No matter what, go to the hospital first. Your injury can't be delayed." With Yu and Dazi's current strength, even if he didn't cast magic, Chumushin couldn't drag him. But he was afraid that Chumushin would continue to worry, so he did not resist and let Chumushin drag him, while thinking of countermeasures in his mind. After going downstairs, Yu and Dazi silently said sorry in his heart, whispered more than 20 characters quickly, and used the remaining magic power to activate the second level spell, Sleep Spell. Chumushin was trying to pull Yu and Dazi out of the corridor, and suddenly a feeling of fatigue came over him. He just felt like sleeping, and then lost consciousness. After dragging him into the bathroom and helping Xiaoshan wash up, he carried him back to the room, changed his clothes into pajamas, and carried him to bed. After doing all this, Yu and Dazi was also very tired, but he couldn't rest yet. He put away the scattered books on the desk, and put them back to their original positions on the bookshelf, and put today's homework into his school bag for him. Fortunately, both of them had finished the homework assigned by the teacher this afternoon, so there was no need to worry about this problem now. Then he folded his clothes and put them where he usually put them. After putting away his own homework, Yu and Dazi breathed a sigh of relief. After doing all this, there was a sound of a door opening downstairs. It should be Chumushin's parents who came back. Fortunately, his parents usually didn't care much about them and let the children fend for themselves, so Yu and Dazi was not too worried. He used some of his restored magic power to wash himself, and then used magic to clean his clothes. After that, he changed into pajamas and lay down on the bed. After a while, and as he felt tired. He didn't feel it before, but now lying in bed, the tiredness came over him, and he fell asleep quickly. The next morning, and as he was still woken up by his biological clock. After changing clothes, and folding his pajamas, and putting them in the closet, Chumushin woke up, probably because he went to bed early. He shook his head, and seemed to be a little dizzy. But the moment he saw and Daisuke, he woke up. "How are you? I remember last night, you. He wanted to say that he remembered and Daisuke coming home covered in blood, but now seeing that his clothes were clean, and he didn't look injured, Zaidishin doubted his proud memory. And as he knew that his acting skills would be tested again, he put on a thoughtful look and said, "Last night, you went to bed very early. When I got home at nearly 9 o'clock, you had already washed up and fell asleep on the bed. Then I quickly washed up and went to bed. Is there any problem?" "Oh, is that so?" Dekisugi touched the back of his head, looked up and thought for a while, but found that he couldn't remember anything. Looking at the things that had been packed on the seat and the backpack filled with homework, there was indeed nothing wrong. "Then I must have had a dream, please don't mind." After saying that, he went to change clothes. And as he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and finally fooled him. "Next time, I must remember to deal with it before going home. You are so grown up and still make a child worry." This morning was also a normal day. Nobita was late as usual, and was called to the corridor by the teacher. Fat Tiger and Sunia laughed at him in the corridor. Nobita had no way to refute, and could only endure it silently. But Shizuka couldn't stand it anymore, so she went to the corridor, and scolded Fat Tiger and Sunia harshly, but the two of them didn't care. At this time, a girl from another class passed by, and saw this scene, and couldn't help saying, "I thought he was useless enough, but I didn't expect that he still had to rely on girls for support. It's really embarrassing." After Shizuka finished speaking, Fat Tiger invited Nobita to play baseball, but Nobita refused, and said that he had something at home and couldn't go. Fat Tiger smiled, and put his arm around Nobita's neck and said, "Nobita, is there really something that can't happen? I invited you sincerely. You know, we are good friends." After saying that, he tightened Nobita's neck. Nobita couldn't breathe, and had to agree. In the second class, Nobita also came in. When I was brewing the magic skill of sleeping, the teacher came in and said, "Students, this class will have a Chinese test. Please take it seriously." After that, he started to distribute the papers. Most people looked nervous, because no one reviewed for this surprise inspection. There were only 2 people present who were not nervous, and Dekisugi. One of them was a genius, and the other was a cheater. Because he had just arrived here, he was not very proficient in Japanese, and needed help from others. As for Nobita, he had already slumped over the table with a look of despair on his face, looking like a salted fish that had lost its dream. In the afternoon, during the last class, the teacher took out the graded papers and handed them out one by one. As expected, Nobita scored 0 again. and Dekisugi both scored full marks, which surprised everyone in the class. The teacher smiled and told everyone to learn more from and Dekisugi. After hearing this, and had an urge to learn, but he quickly suppressed it. It was close. I was almost incited by this teacher. The external driving force of learning motivation is really fascinating, but it's a pity that I'm already past this age. On the way home, and looked at Dekisugi, thinking to himself, what kind of motivation can drive a primary school student to study until late at night every night without interruption? It's really curious. After returning home and putting their bags away, the two took out their homework books and prepared to do their homework. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh that he had never had such a good study habit since he was a child. He looked at the exercises above, 100 calculation questions. As he said, he finished it in 10 minutes. The same was true for Chinese. He was not good at Japanese originally, but after reading too many books at home, he gradually understood it. In half an hour, and as he finished all the homework. If it weren't for Dekisugi next to him, He could use the levitation technique to complete all the homework at the same time. Putting down the pen, Yu and Daisy picked up the book and was about to read, but suddenly remembered that Nobita was dragged over by Fat Tiger to play basketball today. Thinking to himself, anyway, I haven't gone out for a walk for a long time, why not go and take a look? Thinking of this, Yu and Daisy stood up and prepared to go out. Dekisugi saw him preparing to go out and asked, what's wrong? Do you have something to go out for? Because he was a bit of a homebody when he grew up, Yu and Daisy rarely went out without being told. Oh, nothing. I just think it's not good for my health to stay at home and read books all day long, so I want to go out and exercise. Is that so? Chumashin thought about it, and for some reason, he was a little worried. Thinking of the dream last night, he couldn't let it go. Then I'll go with you. After saying that, he closed the book and stood up. Yu and Daisy was a little surprised because Chumashin hardly went out when he had nothing to do. Have you finished your homework? Chumashin nodded, pointed to the textbook on the table and said, I just finished it. Oh my god. He yelled in his heart to express his dissatisfaction. I'm a college graduate. Why do I finish my homework at the same speed as an elementary school student? Mom, I'm despised again. Although he was complaining crazily in his heart, thanks to the paralyzed expression caused by the sequelier frostbite in the past month, he didn't show any abnormality. On the surface, he said to him calmly, in that case, let's go. Yeah. Chumashin also nodded. The two of them walked out of the room together and walked towards the open space. At this time, Fat Tiger and Nobita were playing a game of catching and throwing the ball in the open space. Every time, Fat Tiger threw the ball, and Nobita always tried to catch it clumsily, but failed. Sunia and Fat Girl were watching them happily. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes. After a while, Yu and Daisy and Zayashin appeared next to the open space. Chapter 10 Interesting World Rules. Izuku saw Nobita and his friends playing ball on the open field and said, it seems that the relationship between Nobita and Fat Tiger is not that bad. Look how happy they are playing. Yu and AG was dismissive and said, their relationship may not be bad, but now, it's better to say that Fat Tiger and his friends are having fun bullying Nobita than having fun. Nobita on the field was hit on the head by the ball again, leaving a scar, while Fat Girl and Sunia next to him laughed even more happily. Izuku also realized that this could indeed be considered bullying. But he was still very confused. Why did Fat Tiger, Sunia and the others treat Nobita like this? Nobita didn't provoke them. Yu and Daisy sighed and said, there are two reasons. The first is that Nobita caused them to be scolded by Shizuka today, so they took out their anger on him. The second point, the most crucial point, is that no one spoke up for him. The people around us are usually like us now, watching from the sidelines, because the pain didn't fall on us. If someone stood up to stop Fat Tiger when he was bullying others, perhaps the situation would be better. Hearing this, Zayashin shook her head slightly. No one in the class can beat Fat Tiger. He can easily beat 3 or 4 peers. Yu and Daisy was a little curious. Then why don't you choose to tell the teacher or his parents? Since you can't beat them, you can seek help. It's useless. If you tell the teacher or parents, Fat Tiger will definitely be punished. What about when the teacher and parents are not around? They can't always follow Nobita to protect him. And if Fat Tiger knows who the informer is, he will definitely catch him and beat him up later. Yu and Daisy spread his hands. It's because everyone else thinks the same as you. So Fat Tiger is like this now. Yes, is that so? Hearing what Yu and Daisy said, Chumashin immediately lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Is it really the same as he said? At this time, Nobita had already picked up the ball and put it in Fat Tiger's hands. Fat Sister couldn't sit still and asked to pitch on the court. Fat Tiger agreed. He happily gave the ball to his sister. Fat Sister walked forward and threw a ball. The speed of the ball was not very fast, but because she was a novice, the ball deviated far from Nobita's position. Nobita had to run to the landing point of the ball, but was tripped by something on the ground. His pants fell off because of the friction on the ground, and the ball hit Nobita's head at the right time, completing a perfect finishing blow. Seeing this, Chumashin had to believe what Yu and Daisy said. No matter what, he had to try it. New classmate, you seem to be dissatisfied with my affairs. Fat Tiger stretched out his finger, poked Yu and Daz's chest and said, if you meddle in other people's business again, believe it or not, I will beat you too. Yu and Daz's face darkened at that time. Even if the second level strange power spell required chanting, he could still cast the first level spell instantly. Just when Yu and Dazi was about to use the first level spell to beat him up, Dekisugi, who had just helped Nobita up, saw this scene and immediately ran over to block him, saying, you can't do this. It's not good to hit people. Yu and Dazi covered his forehead, and Nobita quietly pulled up his pants when no one was paying attention to him. Sure enough, Fat Tiger pushed Dekisugi away. Although Dekisugi was good at sports, his strength was indeed no match for a kid like Fat Tiger, and he was pushed to the ground in an instant. Fat Tiger looked at Chumushin and said, I've been annoyed with you guys for a long time. Do you think you're so great just because you got 100 points in the exam? I'm going to teach you a lesson. After saying that, he took a step forward and punched Chumushin. Zyashin only had time to protect his face with his hands and closed his eyes to prepare for the pain that was about to come. However, the expected impact did not come. Zyashin opened his eyes and found that Fat Tiger's arm was clamped by a hand and could not move. His face turned red, but he couldn't throw the punch. Yu and Dazi took advantage of Fat Tiger's speech to chant a spell and cast a second level strange power spell on himself. The difference in strength was too obvious now. I've told you, don't bully your classmates. With a roar, he threw Fat Tiger to the ground with a shoulder throw. Fat Tiger himself felt his body flying in the air before he could react, and then fell to the ground. When the huge pain came, he realized that he was beaten. Yu and Dazi, who did all this, did not change his expression at all. The spectators, including the fat girl Ziofu, were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this thin boy could have such great strength. Damn it. Fat Tiger stood up and rushed towards him. Yu and Dazi kicked him in the stomach, and he immediately flew back at a faster speed. He fell to the ground and couldn't move, and his eyes turned into mosquito coils. Well, yes, he must be dizzy. It must be right that his eyes have turned like this. Wait, how did his eyes turn into mosquito coils? He immediately noticed this key point. It turns out that in the cartoon world, eyes can really turn into mosquito coils. Wait, doesn't that mean that if you hit his head, a cartoon-like big bump will appear? Thinking of this, Yu and Dazi glanced at everyone present with a bad look, and finally fixed his sight on Ziofu. Ziofu felt something was wrong with his keen intuition that he had developed over the years with Fat Tiger, and immediately said that something happened at home, and then ran away. Yu and Dazi wanted to keep him, but then he thought about it again. There were many opportunities, and there was no rush, so he let him go. Fatty girl finally reacted, hugged Fat Tiger and yelled, finally waking him up. Damn it. Fat Tiger stared at Yu and Dazi. He remembered this grudge today. His sister ran over and said, forget it, brother, you can't beat him. As she spoke, Fatty girl dragged Fat Tiger away. Yu and Dazi reached out to Dekisugi, who was still stunned on the ground, and pulled him up. Nobita hadn't reacted yet, just stood there, pointing at himself, looking at Yu and Dazi with unfocused eyes. She walked over and said to Nobita, if you have nothing to do, go home first. Look, your clothes are all dirty, go back and change. Nobita subconsciously agreed and then walked back, but he still looked stupid. Looking at Nobita's appearance, he could only sigh silently that this guy was hopeless, just like Slowpoke in Pokemon. Then he looked at Demuton. Should we go back now, or walk outside for a while before going back? Demuton calmed down, looked at the time, it was only 4 o'clock, and said, let's go buy some vegetables. We have run out of vegetables at home. Okay. Then they went home to get the money and the vegetable basket, and went to prepare dinner. Chapter 11 Doraemon appears. Tonight, Yu and Daz his side was very calm. Chumushin did not ask why Yu and Dazi could throw Fat Tiger over his shoulder with one hand and save the effort of deceiving him. But Nobita's side was not calm. Please don't get me wrong, the unrest here does not mean that Nobita can't sleep. This guy can sleep peacefully until dawn, even if the world is destroyed. Tonight, the person who has been observing Nobita for a whole day solemnly climbed out of Nobita's drawer. Nobita heard someone calling him, woke up in his sleep, and vaguely looked at a ball of blue. He fumbled to put on his glasses, saw the round ball clearly, and jumped up in fright. Cat. Help. Then he ran to the door, knocking and shouting for help. Doraemon was very angry, and jumped out of the drawer, blushing and yelling, "Who is the raccoon cat? You are the raccoon cat. I'm a cat." At this time, another voice came from the back. "Okay, Doraemon, don't be angry." A boy wearing a yellow jumpsuit and looking 70% similar to Nobita came out of the drawer and greeted Nobita. "Next, let me tell you about what will happen in the future and why I'm here, great-grandfather." The next morning, Yu and Azi and Demission arrived at school early as usual. There was no one in the classroom at this time. Demission sometimes checked whether the hygiene was clean, but most of the time, he sat in his seat to preview the lessons he would learn today or checked his homework. Yu and Azi usually flipped through the books to pretend, and he was not interested in the 4th grade homework. After a while, people slowly arrived in the classroom. Usually the next one was Shizuka. After greeting each other, they continued to read. Some people came in 2s and 3s. There were about 10 minutes before class started, and 3 people walked in. Yu and Azi didn't even raise his head, but used his induction technique to sense that it was Fat Tiger, Sunia, and Nobita. Then he continued to be in a daze. After a few seconds, he suddenly woke up. "Wait, Nobita?" He suddenly raised his head, and Fat Tiger and Sunia looked at Nobita with incredible expressions, and the students in the classroom were quiet for a while. This was all because of the chain reaction of the brains of the 4th grade 2nd class collectively crashed, because Nobita was not late. Some students even dropped the things in their hands on the ground. Incredible. This was the only thought left in the minds of the remaining students, including Yu and Azi. Yu and Azi reacted first, and carefully scanned Nobita's body, and found a suspicious point. He was holding shoes worn outside in his hands, and he had indoor slippers on his feet. In other words, this guy may have entered the classroom without going through the shoe changing room. But conventional means cannot do this. Although the possibility of forgetting is not ruled out, seeing that there is no tension on his face that he forgot, it means that he clearly knows that he has this pair of shoes in his hands. Then it can only be done by unconventional means. It seems that Doraemon has arrived. As expected, it should be the anywhere door. Yu and Azi thought silently and decided to find a time to confirm it. If it is true, then I have to pay more attention to him in the following days. After all, props are hard to guard against, so I must keep an eye out. At this time, Shizuka walked over and greeted him. "Hi Nobita, it's so early today." Nobita instantly entered the fangirl mode, blushing and said, "It's nothing, thanks to Doraemon." Hearing this, he slapped himself. So stupid, it's so stupid to be so careful in front of such a stupid person. Fortunately, the people around are paying attention to Nobita, otherwise if someone notices that Yu and Azi slapped himself, he will also be laughed at. Fortunately, Doraemon doesn't need to keep it secret when he comes here, otherwise Nobita will be beaten by Doraemon now. Looking at Nobita, who is now complacent, he knows that the days to come will become interesting. Fat Tiger grabbed Nobita by the collar and asked him to introduce Doraemon to everyone. Nobita didn't want to agree, but seeing Fat Tiger's kind eyes, he gave in and agreed to meet in the open space after school. After school in the afternoon, Yu and Azi, Dekisugi, Shizuka, Sunia, and Fat Tiger went to the open space to wait. Yu and Azi brought Dekisugi with him. He originally refused, but when he heard that it was Doraemon that prevented Nobita from being late, he was still a little curious about who this magical person was, so he came together. After a while, Nobita came over with a blue round thing. When facing this childhood dream of many people, Yu and Azi's heartbeat could not help but speed up. The round head, the smooth blue lines, the body that trembled slightly when walking, and the round hands were exactly the same as in memory, but more real and cuter than the one on the screen. "Hello everyone." Doraemon waved to everyone as he walked. He walked in front of them and stopped, then said, "I'm a cat-shaped robot from the 22nd century. My name is Doraemon. Please teach me." "Ah, so cute." Shizuka had no resistance to this kind of creature and was instantly impressed. The others also greeted Doraemon in turn. Of course, Yu and Daisy still had a paralyzed expression. Now he suddenly found that paralysis was a perfect cover-up, and no expression would be revealed, which was indeed very convenient. After greeting, Fat Tiger couldn't wait to ask, Doraemon, can the arbitrary door you mentioned really go anywhere? Can we try it? Of course. After saying that, he took out a door from the pocket on his stomach. He took out a door from his pocket. Dekisu's brain crashed instantly, and Yu and Daisy could actually see from the side that he had turned into a stone. Well, it seems that you have suffered a lot of blows, and you are petrified. Speaking of which, the rules of this world are really interesting. He gave a very pertinent evaluation. Of course, complaints aside, taking out a door from such a small pocket does have a great visual impact. If Yu and Daisy had not been mentally prepared and had not relied on science for a long time, he would not have been much better than him. As for Fat Tiger and the others, their thoughts were not as mature as Dekisu, so they did not think about this problem at all, but just thought it was very novel. Moreover, Doraemon had secretly used a prop to make everyone gradually get used to his strange props. As long as he did not do anything stupid at the beginning, there would be no problem. Next, Doraemon demonstrated the function of the anywhere door for them, and then sent everyone home one by one. When it was the turn of the academic duo, Dekisu's petrification had not been lifted yet, and it should be that he could not accept the reality for a while. Yu and Daisy thought about it, and asked them to use the anywhere door to send him to Dekisu's house, and he carried the stone statue of Dekisu in. After putting it down, seeing that they had not closed the door yet, he said, "You can close the door now." Huh. Nobita seemed very surprised and asked, "Don't we need to take you home? And it's not good to leave you here." Yu and Daisy then remembered that, because he was not familiar with them, he really had not told them that he lived here. "I'm currently living with Dekizan." He looked at Dekizan, who had not yet withstood the shock, and then said, "You can ask Dekizan tomorrow, and then you will know that I'm not lying." "Okay, see you tomorrow," Nobita said, and Doraemon closed the door. Then the door gradually disappeared from bottom to top in front of Yu and Daisy. How if my psychological ability is not strong enough, I might be the same as Dekizan next to me. He walked to Dekizan and shouted in his ear, "Zayashin." He was instantly released from the petrified state and sat down because of the shock, looking frightened. "Are you okay?" "No, don't worry, I'm fine." He stood up, picked up his school bag, and said, "Let's do our homework." At night, Yu and Daisy often practiced, but it seemed that Demishin next to him couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Turning around and looking at him, I found that he really hadn't slept. "What's wrong? Are you worried about something?" "Yeah." Demishin nodded. "Doraemon's props are so powerful today. I wonder what the future will be like. I really want to go to the future to see it." After speaking, he turned around and looked at the moon in the sky and continued to think. "If you want to go and see it, go." "Really?" Demishin turned his head and looked at him. "Really?" Yu and Daisy gave him an affirmative answer. "Go to bed. I'll go tomorrow." "Yeah." Chapter 12, Traveling to the Future. The next morning, Nobita was still not late. But this time, Yu and Daisy suddenly wanted to see how he got here, so he turned on the induction technique to the highest level. Sure enough, just a few minutes before class, a figure flew over from the sky, holding a bow and arrow in his hand, and the target should be the target that was seen in the grass of the school. Is that so? The arrow must hit the target. Yu and Daisy suddenly had the idea of playing a prank, but he suppressed it. After all, he needed help today, so he decided to forget it. After a while, Nobita appeared in front of the classmates before class. Although everyone was surprised, they still didn't show it too much. After all, there was a precedent yesterday, so they got used to it. When it came to the last class of the day, everyone was listening carefully, except for a classmate who was sleeping, and a magician who pretended to be listening to the class, but was secretly using magic to finish his homework. When the teacher was dismissed, Yu and Daisy had just finished all his homework for the day. Then, he cast his eyes on Nobita, who was packing up. Yu and Daisy first told Dekisu that he had something to do today, and asked him to go back and do his homework quickly, and he would go find him later. Then he found Nobita, who had already jumped out of the gate. Nobita was happily planning what to play when he went back today, when a hand gently placed on his shoulder from behind, and a whisper came to his ear. "Nobita, I have something to find you. Come with me." Before he could howl, his mouth was covered and dragged to the grove inside the school. The power from the hand made him give up the idea of resistance. Entering the woods, Nobita finally turned around and saw the culprit who kidnapped him, Yu and Azuki, and he was relieved immediately, as long as it wasn't Fat Tiger. At least Yu and classmate could be reasonable. That, Yu and classmate, your way of calling people is really special, haha. Nobita smiled awkwardly, looking at this classmate who had no other expression except facial paralysis in his memory and was extremely strong. "Well, if you don't mind, I can call you like this in the future." Nobita couldn't tell whether Yu and Azuki was happy or angry on his face, so he had to smile and say forget it. Yu and Azuki waved his hand to end this boring conversation and then said, "I came to you today because I hope you can help me with something. Although it's a bit sudden, I have to trouble you." Nobita began to hesitate. "Gian and I didn't have much contact, but he helped me before, but he also beat me. Should I help him or not?" And I didn't know what to help. Seeing this, Yu and Azuki knew that he needed to work harder. So he whispered the second level strange power spell, gently broke a branch of the tree next to him, and said, "Do you want to refuse?" Nobita felt a chill rushing to his head and hurriedly said, "No, no, I'm happy to help you." Yu and Azuki nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. Let's go to your home now." So he and Nobita went back to his home together. Doraemon was eating snacks at home. As expected, it was teriyaki and a cup of tea, a classic combination in memory. "Doraemon, this is Yu and Azuki, he wants your help," Nobita said as he walked over and put down his school bag. Doraemon threw the teriyaki in his hand up, then caught it with his mouth, his eyes smiling into an arc. After swallowing it, he said, "What's your trouble? Please tell me." "Actually, this is not my trouble. It's Dekisugi who wants to go to the future, so I want to ask you to help us. Since you have the ability to come to the past from the future, you must have a way to go back, right?" "What? This is no problem. You go and bring him here now, and we can set off." Yu and Azuki nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you." Then he put his arm around Nobita's neck and said, "Thank you for your help this time. The next time I see you being bullied by Fat Tiger, I will definitely help you." After that, he walked out of Nobita's room. As soon as he walked out of the door, Nobita said to Doraemon, "I want to go and see it too, can I?" Doraemon smiled and nodded. Going to the future is something that can be done, as long as the time machine can fit. Anyway, with their abilities, it is impossible for them to cause any big trouble in the future, so Doraemon has no pressure. He walked home slowly and saw Izuki-chan doing his homework. He walked up to him and asked, "How many are left to do?" "This is the last one. There is not much homework today." Izuki-chan did not raise his head when he spoke, and his hands did not slow down at all. It seems that he has mastered multitasking to perfection. Yu and Azuki sat down next to him, put his school bag on the desk and waited. According to his experience, it would not take more than 10 minutes for Izuki-chan to finish the homework, so he could still wait. As expected, he finished his homework in less than 5 minutes. Then he looked at Yu and Azuki, who was looking at him intently beside him, and felt a little embarrassed. What's the matter? I thought you would remember what I told you last night, traveling to the future." "Ah." Deki was surprised. "I thought you were comforting me to go to bed early. Going to the future is not something that can be done by just talking about it. It must be very troublesome." Yu and Azuki looked at him expressionlessly, thinking in his heart, "It's really not easy. Haven't you seen that there have never been time travelers in our place? But the rules of this world are different, and I can't do anything about it. By the way, it seems that there are indeed people on Earth who claim to be from the future. I don't know if it's true or a lie, to cheat fame and fortune." He was looking at Deki here, and his thoughts had flown beyond the sky. Deki didn't know, and thought that Yu and Azuki was angry about something he didn't remember. "Ah, that." Deki smiled a little embarrassedly, and said, "Since we are ready, let's go and take a look together." Then he stood up, and prepared to leave. Yu and Azuki nodded, and stood up as well. Then, the two came to Nobita's house. Nobita Doraemon had been waiting for a long time. Thank you for your help. Dekisugi was much more polite than Yu and Daisuke. He bowed to them to express his gratitude. Nobita and the others waved their hands and said, no, it's no trouble. Well, we'll get ready to go. By the way, don't be too surprised when you get to the future. Just be like you normally are. Doraemon said as he opened the drawer. The time tunnel inside emitted a soft light. Yu and Daisuke looked inside. The tunnel was blue in color. There were countless shadows of wall clocks on the tunnel walls, but the time on the clocks had been frozen at a certain moment. And right below this exit, a machine was lying quietly in the long river of time. Doraemon jumped down first and sat steadily on the time machine. Nobita and Dekisugi also jumped up, and Yu and Daisuke went down last. Just as Yu and Daisuke landed on the time machine, the lines on the talisman in his mind, representing the past and the future, lit up and began to absorb the abundant power of time here. He was not sure if there would be any problems with this absorption, but he could only let it go because he was still too weak to stop this great force of nature. Fortunately, the absorption speed was very slow, and it should not have any special effects, at least not in the short term. Everyone sit down. We are now heading to the 22nd century. Please stand up and don't fall into the time tunnel, otherwise it will be difficult to rescue you. Now, let's go. As he said this, he raised his chubby little hand and pressed the red start button on the console. The time machine gradually began to accelerate, and everyone held onto the fixed objects in their hands to avoid being thrown out. However, just after starting, Yu and Daisuke felt something was wrong, because as the machine ran, the absorption speed of the talisman in his mind began to increase again. The entire talisman lit up, and the lines on the surface gradually flowed like water, as if new lines were about to be produced, and his sea of consciousness began to tremble, causing a huge pain. When the predecessors engraved the past and future talismans, there was never this record. It may be because the predecessors had not yet traveled through time at this time. Although the more complex patterns on the talisman were a sign of evolution, this evolution was unknown, and the consequences were also unknown. Moreover, at this moment, the surging sea of consciousness had made it difficult for him to even think. Now that there were people around him, he couldn't show obvious discomfort, otherwise it would be troublesome to dig deeper. Not good. Chapter 13 Rules of the Magical World. As the time machine continued to move forward, its speed no longer increased, but it was getting farther and farther away from their time point. The speed of absorbing the power of time was getting faster and faster, which caused Yu and Daisuke's sea of consciousness to gradually increase from the original small tremor to the current turbulent waves. Now he could feel 2 lines of warmth brewing in his nasal cavity, which would flow down at any time. Just when Yu and Daisuke was about to be unable to bear it, the time machine stopped. Doraemon said, "Now we have arrived at the destination. Please follow me." Then a hole appeared in the surrounding space, and there was a room outside. Doraemon left first, and Nobita followed closely with an excited look on his face. Izuki was a little nervous, but he followed slowly. Yu and Daisuke entered last, and then the nightmare began. After entering this room, the power of time became thinner and the speed of absorption slowed down. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a shocking change occurred in his sea of consciousness, and all the patterns on the talisman began to twist wildly, as if they were about to collapse, and as if they were about to reorganize. The huge vibration caused by this directly acted on his mind. The first thing that happened was that 2 streams of blood spurted out of his nose like arrows, and then another large mouthful of blood spurted out. Although the people in front did not see it, the sound could not be concealed, and Yu and Daisuke did not have the energy to use levitation to keep the blood from falling to the ground. So, everyone turned their heads and saw him like this. Blood began to ooze from his ears again, making Yu and Daisuke look even more terrifying. However, he no longer had the energy to take care of the follow-up of this matter. Now his consciousness began to blur with the surge of his sea of consciousness, and the boundary of his consciousness also showed signs of collapse. If he let it go, he would definitely die, or his soul would collapse, and he would no longer have the chance to be reborn. The people around him had already surrounded him, and began to hug Yu and Daisuke, asking him what was wrong. And Doraemon was urgently flipping through the props, hoping to help him. However, none of this mattered. Yu and Az's consciousness was already blurred, and he could neither hear nor see clearly. Just as his consciousness was about to step into eternal darkness, a light blue halo appeared in his sea of consciousness, allowing him to escape from the dark world, suppress the changes in the talisman, stabilize his sea of consciousness, and escape from the brink of death. This is not over yet. The blue halo, that cannot be seen by the naked eye, spreads from Yu and Az's body and covers the room. Nobita and Zaoshin, who are squatting beside him, Doraemon, who is looking for something, and Nobishiksu, who is rummaging through the first aid box, all stop their actions, as if they were still. Wake up, it's not over yet. An old voice appeared in Yu and Az's consciousness, and his originally blurred consciousness was awakened in an instant, and he sat up. Who are you? What's going on? Why is this happening to me? Why is the change of the talisman so intense? A series of questions flashed through his mind. Don't worry, I will explain it to you one by one. The voice paused, and then said, I'm the spirit of the soul-devouring monument, that is, your servant. I'm living in your sea of consciousness in front of me. My sea of consciousness? Why have I never felt it? Yu and Az looked inside carefully, but did not see the soul-devouring monument. Because I'm at the junction of your memory and consciousness, the boundary of your sea of consciousness, the end of your memories, and I do not exist within the two, so you cannot detect my existence. After a pause, he said, as for the change in the lines, it is caused by the change of the rules of this world. Huh? Changes in the rules of heaven and earth. Yu and Az was very confused. Is the line related to this? And it's the same sky. Why is there such a big reaction? Yes. The lines are a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. For example, your elemental seal is the running trajectory of this world when the element were born. The same is true for other seals. After being engraved into the origin seal, they will communicate with heaven and earth through the origin to form law lines. However, the rules of heaven and earth are constantly changing. This change process is very small, but it does exist. You have spanned nearly 200 years, and the rules of heaven and earth have changed greatly. The original rules need to adapt to the new rules. They will naturally collapse, and then be reorganized according to the new world. After a pause, he said hurriedly, I will explain the rest to you later. I have temporarily blocked your seal. After I go back, the seal will naturally be unveiled. Their memories have also been tampered with by me. You have 3 minutes to clean up the mess. I consumed too much energy to break the boundary at the beginning, and it is not convenient to talk now. I need to recuperate. The voice gradually became smaller, and no matter how he shouted, there was no response. Time is running out. Let's hurry up. He chanted the decontamination spell to clean the blood on his body, then used the levitation spell to make the blood on the ground float up, and used the first level small fireball spell to burn it out. He looked around again, and after making sure that there was nothing missing, he was relieved and waited quietly for the spell of the soul-devouring monument to end. Suddenly, Yu and Az found that his magic power recovery stopped, and he felt that there was an invisible barrier separating him from nature, making it impossible for him to recover his strength. This should be the seal, he said. Fortunately, I don't have to stay here for too long, so it won't affect my practice. Feeling the less than 20% of magic power left, Yu and Az breathed a sigh of relief. In a trance, the spell of the stone tablet had been solved, and Action and the others seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, and continued to take them to visit here. There was nothing unusual here, except that Shizuka was wondering why he took out the medicine box. After wondering for a while, he could only put it back. Next, Nobita, Silo and Doraemon took them on a small spaceship to visit the future skyscrapers, antique museums, and large cities in the sky, all of which were very grand projects. At the end, Silo also told them that in addition to the Earth, the entire solar system has now built cities suitable for Earthlings to live in, but it is not convenient to take us there to visit today. Deki said that the future he saw today has far exceeded his imagination, and he is already very satisfied. Nobita also said that he would go back to do his homework, so CIO sent them back to their original era. Back in Nobita's room, Nobita immediately jumped up and exclaimed loudly about the beauty of the future. Although Deki was not as excited as Nobita, his facial expression still proved that he was happy in his heart. Yu and Dazi was also shocked. When the prosperous city in the comics really appeared in front of him, he could no longer tell whether it was an ideal or reality. The future is beautiful, and no one will worry about survival, and resources are not a problem. All countries will unite and be able to travel from one end of the earth to the other in a short time. There are no language barriers or cultural prejudices between the worlds. Humans and robots coexist harmoniously, and these scenes are the common goals pursued by people in the previous life. Such a world may only exist in this fantasy. This is his biggest feeling after visiting this world. Back in Nobita's room, Yu and Dazi felt that the invisible barrier in his sea of consciousness had dispersed, and the power of nature slowly flowed into his sea of consciousness again, filling the empty talismans. Judging from the speed of inflow, if he let it flow, it would take about 2 hours to restore to its heyday. Looking at the sunset outside Nobita's window, he couldn't help but sigh. I've been out for so long. Time really flies. Yes, time never waits for anyone. D-Mushin stood next to Yu and Dazi and continued. However, no matter how much time I spent on this trip, it can't compare to what I have gained. The future is really exciting. Then they thanked Nobita Doraemon and walked out of Nobita's house. The future is so good. I can't help but feel excited when I think that I will be one of the pioneers of such a wonderful era. Izuki was still recalling the surprise when he saw his name in the celebrity museum. It was because he made great contributions to scientific research in the future that he was selected as the top 100 most influential people in the 21st century. I have to keep working hard. By the way, why didn't I see classmate Gian? With his intelligence, there shouldn't be no news. Zyadishan looked at Yu and Dazi and kept thinking. Yu and Dazi was unaware of his doubts because he was observing the situation in his sea of consciousness. Because of the continuous damage to the sea of consciousness, the repair became wider and stronger. The lines on the talisman also became more complicated, especially the lines representing the future and the past, which already had 2 colors of black and white. There seemed to be a charm flowing in it, and the sky also had a little light blue. The other lines were almost transparent. Although the harvest this time was not small, he said that he didn't want to wander on the edge of death like this. Now he just wanted to go back and have a good rest. Chapter 14 Another day of being hit. Soon after returning, Yu and Dazi replenished the magic power in the seal, and found that the free magic power in the sea of consciousness was 50% more than before, and the magic power of the seal itself also increased by 20%. It seems that today's harvest is indeed sufficient. A powerful seal can support him to cast more powerful magic, and the accumulation of free magic power is the key to his writing the next seal. He originally thought that he would have to wait for another 3 days to write the next seal. Now that he has this opportunity, he can save these 3 days of effort and try to break through tonight. Since they came back late this afternoon, the two simply cooked instant noodles to deal with dinner, and then Shumushin rarely did not read a book, but sat on the roof of his house. Seeing this, Yu and Dazi took the opportunity to mobilize the free magic power in his mind, divided it into 2 strands, and began to write according to a certain trajectory. The magic power soon began to entangle. He carefully controlled it with his mental power, guiding them bit by bit along the path of the origin seal, carefully controlling every detail to avoid mistakes. If there is a point that should not be touched, then the 2 magic powers will have to be abandoned. Because if there is a mistake, the rules contained in the talisman will be different, and the rules will collide when you advance. If you are lucky, you only need to retake it, but if you are unlucky, your soul will be annihilated due to the backlash of the rules. Under the high intensity of mental power, the writing of the talisman was finally completed after a few minutes. At this time, the newly generated talisman was suddenly connected with the original origin, and the energy began to alternate. It's finally completed, and there is a resonance that can only be achieved when the degree of fit is extremely high. It seems that the result this time is not bad. Yu and Dazi nodded with satisfaction. Looking at Shumushin, who was still looking at the moonlight outside, Yu and Dazi jumped out and sat next to him, saying, "What are you thinking about? So fascinated?" "I'm just thinking, am I really worthy of such glory? Is what I did really enough to be recorded in history?" Shumushin was very distressed because he felt that he was not good enough. as expected of other people's children and Fujiko's painting, they are highly conscious. When they were in their teens, they only thought about how to have fun, right? It's okay, don't worry. You don't have to worry so much now. I once saw a sentence, don't regret the past, because you can't change it. Don't be afraid of the future, because it hasn't happened yet. All you can do is grasp the present. He brought the famous saying he saw in his previous life. Grasp the present. After repeating it several times, Izuki suddenly realized it, took his hand and said, thank you, Gian classmate. Then he went back to the room and continued his academic journey. And as he lay down, muttering, it seems that I'm the only one who can appreciate this beautiful moonlight. What a pity. Then there was silence all night. The next day, the two got up early as usual and were the first to arrive at school. Izuki would look around the classroom to see if there was any garbage as usual. After confirming it, he would return to his seat and start previewing. After a while, it was time for class, and Nobita really came with the wind. Seeing that he had helped him yesterday, and as he still did not do anything. However, he glanced at Tsunya, who was waiting for the opportunity below, and silently said, may you be blessed. Then he stopped paying attention. Anyway, he did not do anything, and the follow-up was none of his business. After a while, Nobita and the other three came in one after another. The teacher also walked into the classroom with the ringing of the class bell. After entering the door, he counted the number of people, and after confirming that they were alright, he said, now, let's start the exam. Exam. The students present burst into miserable wails. Children who have not reviewed will almost be wiped out in the face of a surprise exam. The teacher ignored these wails and calmly gave the test paper to Dekisugi, asking him to help distribute the test papers. And as he calculated that, if he took the test in the morning, the results would be available in the afternoon. It was really miserable, and he liked it this way. When he got the test paper, he found that today's test was Chinese, and his smile froze on his face. Japanese? I don't know it. It seems that he has to use the ultimate trick. After writing his name, he quietly opened the induction technique, looked at Izuki's answer, and then accepted it all. Perfect, another refreshing day. Time flies, and it is the last class in the afternoon. The teacher once again stood on the podium and handed out the papers. We have two students who scored full marks in this exam, Izuki and Gian. I hope everyone will learn from them. After that, the teacher handed out their papers. Gian, as he walked forward under the envious and jealous eyes of his classmates, received his own paper and left a cold back. Nobita got 0 points again as expected, Shizuka got 90, Tsunya got more than 80, and Fat Tiger almost passed. Soon, the last class was over. Shizuka suddenly walked to the side of Kozan and asked him something. And as he seemed to have turned on the induction technique to the maximum, and all his attention was on Shizuka. Zayashi, you are so good at Chinese, you must have the habit of writing a diary every day. Can you exchange diaries with me? I want to learn. Dekisugi agreed, took out the diary, and handed it to Shizuka. Hearing this, and as he was relieved. The diary was just some daily trivialities between the two of them, nothing special, and there was absolutely no trace of Shizuka. A certain magician who had read it 10 times remembered it very clearly. And as he was relieved, but Nobita who came later didn't think so. Now he was deeply shocked. When and as he saw him, his whole body was grey and exuded a faint sour smell. On the way back, Zayashi wanted to go to the bookstore, and and as he followed him. In the bookstore, Zayashi walked around and finally found the book he wanted. Great, a new book is finally published, he said and picked up a book. He went over to take a look, and the book said Exploring the Amazon Jungle. Is it really good for a child like you to read such metaphysical things? I'd rather you buy a jump. He can even pay for it. By the way, and as he seems to have never received pocket money, he has lived in this family for more than a month, and he still doesn't have any pocket money? So biased. Wait, now that you mention it, he doesn't seem to have seen Zayashi get pocket money either. And as he recalled carefully, and found that he really didn't remember the scene of Zayashi getting pocket money. In other words, parents have never given us pocket money? Then where did his money come from? It is basically impossible for him to save the living expenses left by his parents. That little money is only used to buy some vegetables every day, and he doesn't have any left. Gian and Azzy decided to ask him. After Chumashin paid the money, the two walked out together. On the way, Gian and Azzy said, "Chumashin, where did you get the money to buy books?" "Oh, you are talking about this." Chumashin smiled and continued, "I have been tutoring a child for some time, and his parents will give me some pocket money as a reward, and gradually I saved it." Gian and Azzy quickly adjusted his breathing to prevent him from almost choking to death by saliva. Oh my god, what kind of world is this? I really don't know what the parents were thinking when they asked a 10-year-old child to work and earn money. After taking a deep breath, he continued to ask, "If you are short of money, why don't you ask your parents directly? They won't refuse, right? I think children should not be too dependent on their parents, so I decided to try to save some money for the family, so I went to help him with his homework. At the same time, in order to save money for food, I taught myself to cook." After listening to his words, Gian and Azzy decided that, if he had a child in the future, and he dared to ask me for money and cook for him, when he grew up, he would beat this rebellious son to death. Oh, there is another question. Why haven't I seen you go out to tutor them recently? Chumashin turned his head, closed his eyes and smiled, and said, "Didn't you move in some time ago? I was worried that you would be bored alone, so I quit this job. But now I should be able to tutor him again. I have already used up half of my savings, even if I just buy books." Yu and Azzy was stimulated to the point of internal injuries. He mobilized his magic power to force back the blood that rushed to his throat. "Let's not talk about anything else. Boss, I apologize to you. Please accept my knee. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 15. Continuous Attack. At night, Yu and Azzy couldn't fall asleep for a long time. His mind was filled with the echoes of Chumashin's 3 ruthless blows. "I'm going to be a tutor. I want to save some money for the family, and I quit my job because I was afraid you would be bored." The 3 sentences this afternoon were like 3 knives that hurt his young heart over and over again. He was completely defeated in terms of ideological awareness by a little boy who was less than 10 years old. Just when Yu and Azzy was tossing and turning, suddenly a phone rang in the silent room. It was the phone that had been placed in Chumashin's room. He originally thought it was just a decoration, but he didn't expect it to be able to get through. Thinking so in his mind, his body was not slow at all, and he decisively picked up the phone before the second ring. He wanted to see who called to harass them in the middle of the night. "Hello, this is Chumashin's house. What can I do for you?" "Chumashin's house? You are not Chumashin, right?" The person on the other end hesitated for a while before answering. "Yes, I'm Yu and Azzy, and I'm currently staying at Chumashin's house. May I ask who you are?" There was no immediate answer from the other end, but instead there was a burst of laughter, and then he spoke with a hint of excitement. "I originally only wanted to find Mushin, but I didn't expect to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha ha ha." After that, he hung up. Yu and Azzy listened to the dead tone of the phone and put down the receiver with a confused look on his face. "Are you crazy?" He cursed him and went back to bed to continue sleeping. However, after being disturbed by this, the sense of loss, after being hit by the saint, the saint child Chumashin Yinke this afternoon was much less. Soon, he fell into a daze. However, just as he was about to fall into a sweet dream, a shrill ring rang again, interrupting Yu and Azzy's sweet dream. In order not to disturb Zayashin, he had to go over and answer the phone again. "Hello, this is Izuka's house. Who are you?" But after waiting for a while, there was still no sound from the other end, and then, the call was hung up. Damn, are you kidding me? He walked to the bed with a lot of anger, pulled open the blanket, and continued to sleep. But before a while, the damn phone rang again. Yu and Azzy opened his eyes instantly, and his whites were full of red bloodshot. He answered the phone, introduced himself as usual, and then asked the other party why he called. but there was still no sound from the other end. Anger surged into his brain, and Yu and Dazi wanted to yell at the top of his voice, but when he thought of Zyashin who was sleeping soundly, he swallowed the words. Finally, he whispered word by word, "You'd better not let me find you." Then he hung up the phone. After waiting for a while, the other end didn't call again, so he went back to sleep. When he got up the next day, he didn't feel particularly sleepy. After all, as a magician, whether he was sleepy or not mainly depends on the loss of mental power. The reason why I feel sleepy at night is that I want to sleep because my mental energy is empty after practicing. As long as my mental energy is not overdrawn, it will recover quickly and can be almost recovered in a few hours. But Zyashin seems a little sleepy. Even so, I still have to say that if he finds that person, Yu and Dazi will never let him off easily. I swear in the name of the magician. While thinking this, I walked to the school and waited for class. After calculating the time, Nobita will almost fly over again. I used the induction technique to explore the small grass downstairs and found that the target that was there a few days ago had gone to an unknown place. Yu and Dazi silently mourned for Nobita for 3 seconds in his heart and continued to practice. After a while, Fat Tiger and Sunia walked in, both of them with mysterious smiles on their faces. When the bell rang, Nobita had not come in yet. The teacher came in, looked around, and found that one person was not there, so he started to call the roll. When he found that it was Nobita, he just sighed and started the class. About half of the class passed. Nobita came in, all wet. It looks like it fell into the water. I wonder where Fat Tiger and Sunia threw the target. As expected, Nobita was punished by the teacher to stand for 2 classes. After class, Yu and Dazi began to walk around in and out of the classroom, because he always felt that he seemed to have heard that voice last night somewhere, but he couldn't remember it, so he had to walk around to see if he could encounter this voice. Just as he passed by a position in their classroom, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, which came from the phone last night. Although it was only 1 sentence, he would never forget it. Just as Yu and Dazi was about to find out, the class bell rang. I thought to myself, you are lucky, I will let you go first, and I will come to find you later. After class again, I walked to the door of the classroom, turned on my perception to the maximum through the wall, and carefully observed the people near that seat. Finally, I found a thin boy wearing a light green shirt. The mysterious person who called yesterday, was it Shizuka? Just when Yu and Dazi was planning how to carry out revenge, he suddenly thought, what if the later call was not made by him? Although the possibility is extremely low, he can't wrongly accuse a good person. So he decided to test it. Chanting the spell, the 2nd level magic detection branch transparent elf. Although this thing will lose the detection effect at a distance of 100 meters, it can explode. Although it is not very powerful, it will make a certain sound. If there is another call at night, and he happens to hear it, then he can only say sorry. Humph, if I don't hear the sound tonight, or if you don't call me, I will let you go. Yu and Dazi thought viciously in his heart. Just when he was complacent, Shizuka's voice attracted his attention. Mr. Dekishin, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I will never talk to you again. After saying that, she turned around and left. Dekishin followed behind and wanted to explain to her, but when a woman loses her temper, no matter how old she is the same. That is, no matter what you say, it can be described in 3 words. I don't listen. Just when Yu and Dazi was confused, he suddenly remembered that this was a classic scene in Doraemon. Dekisugi exchanged diaries with Shizuka, and after returning them, Shizuka found that the diary was covered with graffiti. He remembered that the culprit seemed to be Nobita next to him. Thinking of this, he cast his eyes on Nobita, and Nobita really curled up his head. What should I do? It turns out that, if I write on the screen, the words will also appear on the notebook. Nobita just wanted to go back and clean up the evidence as soon as possible. After all, things like notes can be found out as long as they are checked. Yu and Dazi wanted to go over and expose him now, but for some reason he suddenly stopped, as if he subconsciously didn't want him to do this. Yu and Dazi himself didn't know why he had this idea. He shook his head and didn't think about it. Just act according to your own ideas. He walked over to Shizuka and said, "Why are you so angry all of a sudden? How did Zayashi offend you?" Shizuka turned her head and said angrily, "I exchanged diaries with him yesterday, but I didn't expect him to doodle on my notebook." As he said that, he took out a notebook, which was full of words such as idiot and hateful, and there was a little man shouting, "Yeah," and as he looked carefully and said, "How could Zayashin's handwriting be so ugly? This kind of handwriting is obviously Nobita's. He probably asked Doraemon for some props to do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Nobita's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, "No, I didn't do such a thing." Yeah, and as he sneered at this, calmly walked to Nobita's side, took out his book, and put it in front of Shizuka. Then he said, "Nobita's handwriting is here. If you don't believe it, you can compare it. You will know it naturally when the time comes." After that, he ignored Nobita, who had begun to fade in his seat, and returned to his corner. "I'm such a good person. I helped my classmates again today." As for Nobita's screams afterwards, he knew nothing. When Yu and as he returned home from school in the afternoon, he suddenly found that there was mail waiting for him at home. He picked it up, and saw that it was from Izuki, and it was a foreign mail. "Izuki, there's a letter for you. Here it comes." Izuki ran down, and took the mail from me. "Oh, it's from my pen pal. Did your pen pal go abroad?" "No, he's a foreigner." "He is a foreigner, a foreigner. I'll go check the mail first. By the way, thank you for everything I've done recently." After that, he went upstairs to prepare a reply. And as he ignored him, feeling that the world had gradually turned grey. Today was another day of being hit by Izuki. Chapter 16, The Life of Kurisuka. At night, everyone was already asleep in bed, and Dekisugi had quickly fallen asleep. And as he didn't sleep. First, because he had to practice. Second, he was hit again today. And third, the most important point was that he had to wait for that call today to see if that bastard's brain was enough. If he was caught, he would let Jalisaka see the power of a magician. Time passed 12 o'clock as usual, and as he still had a certain amount of mental power, but he still stopped practicing. He remembered that the harassing call yesterday came now, and he got up gently and waited by the phone. Sure enough, the guy called again. He picked up the phone as soon as it rang and listened carefully to the voice from the other end. Except for the slight breathing sound, there was only deathly silence. "Humph, you kid are still pretending to be weird." After saying that, and as he snapped his fingers, and the transparent elf exploded immediately. At this time, the voice he wanted to hear came from the other side, mixed with a panic scream. After the other party calmed down, and as he said, "I said yesterday that you'd better not let me find you. But I already know who you are. Just wait for me, hehe." After making his declaration, and as he decisively hung up the phone. Refreshed, he returned to bed and began to sleep. The other party was very tactful and did not call again, so and as he decided to be gentler tomorrow. "Hello everyone, I'm Jilizuka, 10 years old this year, and I'm in the 4th grade of elementary school. My grades are very good, never below 95 points. But I'm not happy at all, because from the beginning to now, there has been someone pressing on me, and that person is Dekisugi in the same class as me. He always ranks first in every exam, and I can only be second, as if no matter how hard I try, I can't surpass that mountain. I have gradually become unable to bear the pain of being the second for thousands of years. Just when I was about to reach my limit, God once again played a cruel joke on me, that is and as he is a bastard like Dekisugi, and there is only one score for each subject, and that is full marks. I have always been the second, and it is already frustrating enough. Now even the second place is not left to me. Why is God so unfair? Finally, I decided to take revenge on them. I'm not familiar with and as he, but I'm very familiar with Chumushin. I even know the phone number in his room. So, an evil plan came up. I decided to call Chumushin every night to harass him and make him lose his mind to study. Only then can I return to the second place and then get rid of and as he, and I will be the first. Undisputed. Tonight, I quietly dialed the number in Chumushin's bedroom, but the person who answered the phone was not Chumushin, but a voice I had never heard of. It turned out to be that bastard and as he. Now he is still living with Chumushin. Great, so I can directly rise to the first place. I hung up the phone immediately to prevent them from hearing my purpose. After I vented my anger, I called again, and every time the person who answered the phone was that damn you and Aski. I was unwilling to fail to influence Chumushin, so I decided to continue calling until Chumushin answered the phone. But this time it was a little different. I heard those devilish words, which scared me so much that I quickly hung up the phone and didn't sleep well the whole night. The next day, I was in a bad mood, but those two guys seemed to be in good spirits. I was unwilling to give up. Why was I so cowardly that I was scared by a few words? I must go all the way tonight. In the evening, I waited until after 12 o'clock to call again, but I didn't expect that the phone was picked up in just 1 second. I had to adjust my breathing and pretend that no one was there. Then, Yu and Daz's voice suddenly came from the other side. You kid are still acting weird. Then there was a pop sound, which should be a snap of fingers. Just when I was wondering, something suddenly exploded behind me, which scared me. Although it sounded a little loud, I was actually not hurt. I calmed my breath, and just when I was about to hang up the phone and wait a few minutes to call again, the devil-like voice came again. He said he already knew who I was, and then the voice that came was definitely not something a normal person could have. I was so scared that I couldn't hold the phone steady and almost dropped it on the ground. Fortunately, the telephone line pulled the microphone, and it didn't fall to the ground. However, that voice has been lingering in my mind and can't be shaken off. When I tremblingly picked up the microphone, there was no sound from the other side and the phone was hung up. That laughter has been imprinted in my mind, and I can't forget it. If I go to school tomorrow, I will definitely get into trouble. Definitely. What should I do? I stood in the corner, constantly thinking about countermeasures. My hair fell off, and finally fell asleep in the corner. After being woken up by my parents the next day, I didn't want to go to school because I was afraid that the other party would retaliate against me. However, I didn't dare to tell the reason, so I had to come to this familiar place. When I passed class 2, the bastard was standing at the door, resting with his eyes closed. It seems that he didn't sleep well last night, and my phone was still valid. But I didn't expect that when I approached him, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at me with a strange smile on his lips. I stepped back in fear, feeling as if I was being stared at by some beast. No, a demon. Only standing by the wall gave me a sense of warmth. He found me. He really found me. What would he do? I looked at him, moving towards the classroom step by step. Fortunately, he didn't take the next step, but his eyes made me feel uncomfortable. I finally ran into the classroom, breathed a sigh of relief, put down my school bag, and sat on the chair. But just as I sat down, the legs of the chair broke, and I fell to the ground. Everyone stood up to help me, and condemned the quality of this chair. But I know that this is definitely man-made. It was that guy. Absolutely no mistake. But I have no evidence, and they won't believe it if I tell them, so I can only endure it. I changed to a new chair, and I thought I could finally sit for a while, but the person who collects homework came, so I had to hand him the homework first. When I opened my school bag and searched for a long time, I just couldn't find my homework. Impossible. I clearly put the homework into my school bag. I put it away last night. I remember it very clearly. But I didn't hand it in, and soon the teacher called me out to stand in the corner. That guy was looking at me at the door again. Damn it, it must be him. What will happen next? I don't know. What else will he do? I finally returned to the classroom, and when I sat down in my seat, I felt a stiff touch under my buttocks. I touched it, and it seemed to be a notebook. Is it my homework? I wanted to take it out and hand it to the teacher to prove my innocence, but it was impossible to take off my pants in public now, so I had to endure the discomfort and endure this class. After class, I was going to the toilet to deal with this matter, but unexpectedly, my pants suddenly fell down, and the homework also fell down. I was so ashamed that I had to put on my pants quickly and hand the homework to the teacher, who had not had time to leave the classroom after class. The teacher seemed to be very uncomfortable to take the homework, opened it and took a look, then angrily threw it on my head, and then asked me to go out and continue to stand in the corner. I didn't know what was going on, So I picked up the homework book and found that all the homework on it was gone. Damn you and Daisuke, I can't stand it anymore. I want to die with him. I turned around and yelled and saw him in the corner at a glance. I roared and rushed towards him, but was stopped by the classmates who followed me. I tried my best to rush forward, but I could only stand still. I could only ask him loudly, "What do you want to do before you give up? You took my second place, made me embarrassed in public, and washed away my homework. What else do you want? I will kill you." I yelled with red eyes, wanting to see a trace of expression on his face, whether it was anger or guilt. I wanted to see that damn guy move, not that disgusting look anymore. But the opposite happened. There was always a trace of smile on his face, as if he was laughing at me. He neither denied nor admitted what I said, just looking at me there, just like people in the zoo were watching animals and the animals made some exciting expressions. That's all. Was everything I had done with all my heart and soul just a clown show in his eyes? My eyes flushed red, and I wanted to approach him and grab his neck, but the crowd around me was too strong, and I couldn't move an inch. In the end, I had no choice but to sit on the ground and burst into tears. Chapter 17: The Cold War and New Directions. Finally, the man who was sitting on the ground and crying was dragged away by his classmates. Yu and Daisuke forced a smile and watched for 5 minutes. That guy was crying and making a lot of noise. He looked ugly and his voice was unpleasant. "Huh, it's finally over. No need to waste expressions," he said and put away the smile on his lips. It was really hard to make this expression, more hard than using 2 spells. Damn the sequel of frostbite. Although facial paralysis is very convenient, it is really not his intention. After all, the facial nerves were damaged after frostbite, and he had never taken care of it. But now is not the time to cure it. He still needs this expression to cover up some things for the time being. But, did I go a little too far? Yu and Daisuke thought about the process. First, he used the 2nd level magic wind blade to cut off his chair, and then waited for him to come over at the door, reminding him, "I have recognized you, and the misfortune you encountered today was all caused by me." And while he was distracted, he used the levitation magic to take out his homework, and erased his homework with an eraser. As expected, he was punished to stand. Yu and Daisuke went out again, looked at his fake smile, and took advantage of his distraction to use levitation magic to stuff his homework under his butt. After that, when he wanted to go to the toilet, he directly loosened his belt, exposing his homework and his privacy to everyone. Then he rushed in and wanted to die with him. Yu and Daisuke still pretended to smile and looked at him until he was dragged away. It seems that it is a bit too much. Forget it, just treat it as a lesson for him. It's useless to keep such a petty person. Talented but without morals is dangerous. Yu and Daisuke thought about it and decided not to care about it anymore. Soon the class was over, and now it was lunchtime. Today it was Yu and Daisuke's turn to serve lunch. At this time, Demushin and his partner were communicating about something, and then his partner came back, and Zyashin followed him. "Did you do everything today?" The first sentence Demushin asked Yu and Daisuke after approaching him was to question him. Of course, he was not surprised, because Zyashin has always had a strong sense of justice. Otherwise he would not have helped Nobita out of trouble many times when he was bullied. But, in Yu and Daisuke's eyes, this kind of justice is too pedantic, just an ideal level, and it is difficult to implement in reality. However, he did not intend to hide it, but admitted, "Yes, his misfortune today is all caused by me." At this point, Yu and Daisuke did not intend to hide it from Demushin, because in the future he would always tell him that he knew magic, but now the timing was not right, and it was not suitable for him to know. When he knew that Yu and Daisuke knew magic, he would definitely be able to figure out who did it. Hiding this from him might cause the relationship to freeze because of this matter. Although Yu and Daisuke also knew that telling him now might not be much better. Just because he called in the middle of the night, you treated him like this? Demushin's face was a little gloomy, and he must be very dissatisfied with his behavior just now. But he would not regret what he did. Yes, that's it. Yu and Daisuke was a little surprised that Zyashin actually knew about his call in the middle of the night, but his facial paralysis easily helped him cover it up. Zyashin was silent for a while, then said, "I don't like you like this." I hate using violence to solve problems. And you've gone too far. Then he quickened his pace and left. Gian, and as he stopped, looked at Chumashin's back, shook his head, sighed, and then slowly walked up. When that guy rushed into the classroom, he had already expected this result. Sure enough, Chumashin didn't say a word to him for the whole day. Both sides knew that the Cold War had begun. Chumashin didn't let him sleep on the floor at night, but the distance between them on the bed was obviously lengthened, and Chumashin's usual supine sleeping position was changed to side sleeping, with his back facing him. The next day, Chumashin went to find the parents of the child and said that he had time to come back to help him with his homework. In this way, he avoided Yu and Daisy every afternoon. The Cold War between the two quickly lasted for a week. The only good news during this week was that he successfully condensed the third talisman. However, Yu and Daisy was not happy at all. Now he always had an indescribable discomfort in his heart. He didn't know how to communicate with Chumashin, which made him feel bad for a week, and he needed to vent. That afternoon, Yu and Daisy finished his homework and the house was empty. He was not like Chumashin, who could relieve his stress by reading books, nor could he sit at his desk all day long. He had to go out for a walk. Wandering aimlessly on the street, he saw some exquisite trinkets in a window. Yu and Daisy wanted to buy some and take a look, but found that he had no pocket money, so he had to continue walking to the park. Just as he walked to a corner, a few high school-like hooligans walked towards him and grabbed his collar. "Little boy, you guys are short of money. Why don't you lend me some?" Seeing this scene, Yu and Daisy was not only not panicked, but almost burst into laughter. "It's really sleepy and someone handed me a pillow. These guys are just right for people to vent and stretch their muscles." Just when he was about to chant the spell to cast the second level strange power, a person suddenly jumped out from the side. No, it was a child who shouted, "It's wrong for you to do this. You can't get money by bullying others. Let him go. TSK, can they let me go just like this? If that's possible, I will." Just when Yu and Daisy was about to make a vow, the three of them suddenly let him go, and then knelt down to apologize. "I'm sorry, we shouldn't think about getting something for nothing. Please forgive me." Yu and Daisy's complaints were stuck in his throat. Fortunately, the second half of the sentence was not said, otherwise he would be in trouble. Looking at the child, it turned out to be Nobita. Everything unscientific becomes scientific when it meets him. After talking to several dangerous elements, Nobita finally saw the face of the rescued person. He thought to himself, so it was him. It seems that saving him or not doesn't matter much. No, it still matters a lot. At least those people won't get hurt. While thinking this, he walked over to Yu and Daisy and said hello. "Hi, Yu and classmate. It's a coincidence to meet you here. Are you not hurt?" Yu and Daisy shook his head and looked at Nobita carefully. Having lost his target for venting, he suddenly thought, Dekisugi can make money by tutoring others, so can he. Although he is not as good as a real teacher in some aspects, he is more than enough to guide Nobita. Hehe. Thinking this in his heart, the look in Yu and Dais's eyes began to become weird, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Nobita felt uncomfortable when he was looked at by him, so he could only say, "Then Yu and classmate, see you next time." After saying this, he tried to run, but a hand behind him clamped Nobita's shoulder. "Nobita, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still have a lot of things to talk to you about." Hehe. After saying this, he dragged him to Dekisugi's house. Seeing that the situation was not good, Nobita immediately used the item Doraemon gave him, the supervisor armband. This item can stop the other party as long as he makes a mistake, and it will never be stopped. "Gian, how can you treat your classmates like this?" Hearing what he said, Yu and as his sea of consciousness was full of waves, and he couldn't help but want to apologize to Nobita. It seems that this item is a item that acts on the soul, but unfortunately his soul is far beyond that of ordinary people, so it will not be affected. He turned his head, but his hand did not loosen. He smiled and said, "I'm so sorry for treating you like this." Nobita hurriedly said, "I don't need you to apologize. Let me go." Hehe, this won't work, because... Yu and as he smiled brightly and said, "I'm doing this for your own good." After that, he dragged him away. No matter how stupid Nobita was, He knew that his item was invalid, but now he didn't have time to think about why the item was invalid. Instead, he thought about shouting loudly for passers-by to save him, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. It's not that his vocal cords are broken, but Yu and Daisuke, magic spell, soul interference, loss of voice. It is well known that most of the functions of the human body are controlled by the brain, and this second level magic is to interfere with a small part of a normal person's body functions by interfering with the brain function. Of course, this brain, in magic, refers to the soul. After all, the power of the second level spell is not particularly strong, and the powerful spells in the second level cannot be supported by his current magic power. He should condense 2 more marks, and then he can use all the second level spells. At that time, a soul shock can directly turn a person into a vegetable, or even brain dead. Of course, Yu and Daisuke thinks that this kind of spell is not as useful as soul interference. In this way, Nobita was dragged back to Dekisugi's house by him, and then he took his school bag and the perfect test papers from the last few times, and dragged him to Nobita's house again. At this point, Nobita found that he could finally speak. Yu, what do you want to do? What? Humph, of course I want to be your tutor. Chapter 18, Parental Love. Entering Nobita's house, Nobita's mother is watching TV in the living room. It's only 4:30 now. They usually start cooking at 5 o'clock and eat at nearly 6 o'clock. The devil-looking Yu and Daisuke suddenly changed his face. Hello, auntie. Nobita's mother, now named Nobita Mako, is a face-changing monster comparable to Yu and Daisuke. She can switch between the angel and devil forms in a short time. Moreover, the mother's fighting power in the devil form is unknown. She is a rare opponent in face-changing. We need to communicate well. Hello. Because he just transferred here this semester, it is normal for Nobita Mako not to know Yu and Daisuke. But she immediately turned around and yelled at Nobita, "Nobita, why didn't you introduce the guests? That's so rude." Then she turned to Yu and Daisuke and smiled gently. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I haven't heard Nobita introduce you before. Please sit down." Nobita reluctantly said, "Mom, this is Yu and Daisuke. He just transferred here this semester, so I didn't tell you." After listening to her, Nobita Mako smiled and nodded at him, saying, "So Yu, are you here to play with Nobita? If so, I'm sorry, Nobita needs to learn." After that, she yelled at Nobita again, "Why don't you know to serve snacks to the guests when they come? Isn't this what I usually teach you?" Nobita apologized repeatedly and ran to the kitchen to serve snacks. "In fact, that's why I came here." And as he put down his school bag and sat down, sighing in his heart, "What a strong aura. He is really a face-changing monster." In just a few minutes, he was given a warning. At the same time, he said calmly, "I transferred to this school not long ago, and I have seen a lot of Nobita's test papers recently, so I thought you might be worried about Nobita's grades." In fact, Yu and Daisuke had long known that Nobita Mako had been worried about Nobita's 0 score for a long time. But he had to pretend that he didn't know. After all, that was his character. And the identity of a transfer student also gave him certain conveniences. "I don't know, have you planned to find a tutor for Nobita?" After saying that, Yu and Daisuke looked at her with a smile. Nobita's mother was silent. After all, this matter had really troubled him for a long time. Nobita's arrival interrupted the tranquility, brought a cup of tea and a plate of snacks, and then sat next to her, quietly waiting for her mother's decision. Finally, she spoke, "I don't know how your grades are. I want to confirm whether you are capable of teaching him." Yu and Daisuke had expected this, so he went back to pack up his test papers. "These are the test papers of my recent exams." Looking at the full score test papers he arranged, Nobita's face turned pale. Nobita Mako's frown slowly relaxed, and she stared at Nobita who was sitting next to her with a resentful look, and then she thought. After a few seconds, she spoke again, "If I really want to hire a tutor, why don't I hire a professional one, but let you take on this important task?" And as he knew that the most critical moment had come, and his answer would directly determine whether he would stay or go. "First of all, the cost of hiring me is cheaper than that of a professional tutor. Secondly, Nobita and I are classmates. We may spend more time together every day than with you. I know his daily learning situation better. The last and most important point is that, if I become his tutor, you will no longer have to worry about where he hides his test papers after each exam. I can tell you his scores directly. Nobita's face became paler with each word he heard. Hearing the last word, Nobita stood up and wanted to refute. But the sharp-eyed mother shouted before him, "Sit down." Nobita immediately calmed down, sat down obediently, and buried his head. He knew that his good days were coming to an end. Nobita Mako took a deep breath and said, "Okay, you've convinced me. Then I'll ask you to be Nobita's tutor. I'll discuss the cost with his father and give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow, okay?" Yu and Daisy smiled and nodded, saying, "Then it's settled. Please tell Nobita first. I'll go upstairs to tutor him. Please be quick, because I have to go home to cook dinner later, and I only have half an hour today. I'll come back with Nobita after school tomorrow." Then he walked out of the room and went upstairs. After the Cold War between him and Iki, although they didn't talk to each other, they still cooked together and read together in the evening, so he had to go back at 5 o'clock in the evening. Nobita stayed in the reception room and accepted the brainwashing process given to him by his mother. Pushing open the door, Nobita's room only had a blue round ball sitting on the floor, with Doraemon and T next to it. It was Doraemon. Hearing someone open the door, he turned around and said, "Nobita, why did you make mom angry again?" He stopped talking before he finished, because he saw that it was not Nobita who came in, but Yu and Azuki. "Hi, Doraemon, let me introduce myself to you. I'm Yu and Azuki, and I'm a classmate of Nobita. However, from today on, I will also be Nobita's tutor." Although his tone was very casual, his indifferent expression did not change at all, giving people a very strange feeling. Doraemon touched his head and said with a wry smile, "Is that so? Welcome. Where is Nobita?" Yu and Azuki put his school bag on the floor, sat down and said, "He seems to be reluctant to let me be his tutor. His mother is trying to persuade him. He should come up soon." After a while, Nobita came up with his head down, followed by Nobita's mother Nobita Mako. His mother pushed him in front of Yu and Azuki and said with a smile, "Then I'll leave this child to you." He responded with a smile and said, "Please rest assured, I will do my best." She nodded and turned away. Although he changed his face, he still had great respect for a parent who was so worried about his child. Every time he saw her, it was like seeing the epitome of countless families. It was just that Nobita was lucky to have Doraemon, so he had light. Turning to look at him, "Okay then, Nobita, let's start doing homework." Although he felt a little sorry for Nobita, and there was a suspicion of revenge. But since he was Nobita's tutor, he would still do what he should do. If you eat the emperor's salary, you should be loyal to the emperor. This is the creed of Yu and Azuki. Yes. Nobita reluctantly sat at the desk, picked up today's homework, and started to write. He watched from the side and helped him explain the questions when he made mistakes or had no ideas. Yu and Azuki looked indifferent from beginning to end. For him, half an hour passed quickly, but Nobita felt that he had been waiting in hell for half a year. After all, this guy put too much pressure on him. If he resisted, he couldn't beat him. Moreover, it was his parents' special permission, and it was useless to complain. Nobita felt that his life had no future. Before leaving, Nobita asked Yu and Azuki weakly, "Will you come here every day in the future?" Yu and Azuki thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. After all, I have something to do sometimes, so I don't come every day. I'll come to help you with your lessons on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays in the future." Nobita heard this and jumped up from his chair excitedly. He stared at him coldly, and Nobita sat down silently and continued to do his homework. In fact, Yu and Azuki was also relieved. If he came here every day, he would be angry to death sooner or later. He calculated for simple addition and subtraction of 28 plus 36, and he still didn't get it right. And with someone to tutor him, he only finished the 2 homeworks in half an hour. Yu and Azuki and Dekisugi can finish this kind of homework in less than half an hour, okay? He wanted to explode on the spot and die with him. If he hadn't been a tutor in his previous life, he would have had some foundation, and his temper was not bad. He would have resigned on the spot. After going down, Yu and Azuki told his aunt about this matter, and she expressed her understanding. After all, everyone has their own things. So, you really won't stay for dinner? It will be troublesome for you to go back and cook dinner now. Nobita's mother stood at the door, still smiling gently. Looking at her, the child suddenly remembered his own mother. Whether in the previous life or this life, they always smiled gently. Unfortunately, no matter who it was, he almost never had the chance to meet them again. Finally, he shook his head and said, "No, I have an appointment with Dekisugi to cook together tonight. Thank you for your hospitality." After that, he bowed and left. Nobita Mako watched Gio and Daisy leave, looked upstairs, wanted to yell a few words, but finally turned into a sigh, silently tied the apron, and went back to the kitchen to cook. On the way home, he couldn't help but think of his parents. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt a little itchy on his face, and reached out to touch a burst of warmth. Looking at this tear, Gio and Daisy suddenly remembered a lot of things, and finally just smiled. Chapter 19 Preparations before the autumn outing. Soon they arrived at the door of their home, and Gio and Daisy cleaned up his face. After making sure that he looked the same as usual, he went in. At this time, Deki-chan had returned, and was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Yu and Daisy also quietly joined in the cooking. After dinner, the two of them did not say anything as usual, and went back to the room to read together. In the evening, there was no conversation all night. The next day at school, after class, the teacher came in and said, "Students, we have an autumn outing tomorrow, so please bring your lunch boxes tomorrow." Cheers broke out in the classroom at that time. Yu and Daisy also began to cheer. After all, he was really happy not to have to go to class, no matter in his past life or this life. But, if it rains tomorrow, it will be cancelled. The classroom fell silent, and Yu and Daisy began to worry about gains and losses. It's been sunny these past few days, and there's a good chance that it will be sunny tomorrow. But the weather is unpredictable in spring and autumn, and no one can predict it. It's so annoying. Magic that controls the weather requires at least level 3, and it's not for a large area. Alas, I can only leave it to fate. Daisy began to pray silently that it would be sunny tomorrow. The day's classes ended quickly. He went to Nobita's house as promised, and Izuki went to give extra lessons to the children. Nobita Mako was still watching TV in the reception room. Seeing the children come back, she said, "Nobita, Gian, you're back. Come over here, I have something to tell you." Gian and Daisy and Nobita went to the coffee table in the living room and sat down. After Nobita put his things away, he turned the TV to a channel that was broadcasting weather forecasts. The broadcaster was explaining the weather in various places. Nobita's mother put down the teacup and said to Yu and Daisuke, "I have discussed with his father and we have decided to give you 10,000 yen a month. If we see that his grades are improving, we will give you extra compensation. Do you think this is okay?" Yu and Daisuke said that it was enough. "Well, Nobita, I'll trouble you." Then he continued to pick up the teacup to drink tea. "What? How could this happen?" Nobita looked at the commentator on the screen with despair and said, "Is it really going to rain tomorrow?" The commentator was also very naughty. "I know you are disappointed, but I can't help it. No matter what you say, it will rain tomorrow." Well, today's weather forecast ends here. Bye. This weather forecaster is so naughty. Hearing this news, Yu and Daisy was also very disappointed. The original vacation was gone. "Okay, let's go study. No matter what, life must go on." As he said, he picked up their school bags and walked up. Nobita was still unwilling to hold the TV, and was finally caught up by his mother, who could no longer bear it. After coming up, Nobita hugged Doraemon and cried, "Doraemon, help me. If it rains tomorrow, I won't be able to go on the picnic." 555. Yu and Daisy stood by and watched Nobita's performance, but did not stop him. Because he also wanted to go on the picnic tomorrow, and Doraemon would definitely find a way. Sure enough, Doraemon patted his chest with his round hands, and said that he would take care of it. After getting a positive answer, he pulled Nobita to start doing homework. Today, because there will be an autumn outing tomorrow, the teacher did not assign much homework. After an hour, he finished tutoring all the homework. "Yeah, great, I finished it. Thank you, classmate Gian." He ran out. Gian and Daisy shook his head helplessly. This guy's personality is really not suitable for studying. He went out to say goodbye to Nobita's mother, and he also carried his school bag and went back. After returning home and putting down his things, he thought that, since he had nothing to do today, he might as well go out for a walk. By the way, take a look at what to make for lunch tomorrow. While thinking, he walked out the door. After going out, Yu and as he walked around and unknowingly walked to an open space. In the open space, Sunia was chatting with Fat Tiger Shizuka. He listened and found that Sunia was talking about the weather forecast. I tell you, due to the influence of low pressure near the coast, it will rain in the next 2 days. We can't go tomorrow. Sunia said something sad, as if he was showing off. At this time, Nobita came over and said to everyone, "No, I promise it will be sunny tomorrow." But the weather forecast said. Sunia was interrupted by Nobita before he finished speaking. The weather forecast is wrong. It will definitely be sunny tomorrow. Sunia was so angry that he said, "Then let's make a bet. If it is sunny tomorrow, I will let you hit me 3 times. If it rains, you will let me hit you 3 times. How about it?" Nobita didn't care. 3 times, isn't it too little? If we want to bet, let's bet big. How about we bet 10 times? Okay, 10 times is 10 times. It's settled. Nobita was very happy. He could finally get revenge for being bullied by Sunia for many years. He went home and started boxing with a pillow. Doraemon saw his strange behavior and asked, "Nobita, what are you doing?" "I bet with Sunia. If it is sunny tomorrow, I can hit him 10 times. By the way, Doraemon, how about the machine tomorrow? There will be no problem, right?" Nobita was still a little worried. "Don't worry, as long as you have this weather box, you can have any weather you want." He took out a machine with an antenna while saying this. "As long as you have this machine, and then put in a card, you can make any weather. For example, this cloudy card." After saying this, he took out a card with clouds and cloudy written on it, and put it into the machine. Soon, the whole room was covered with clouds, blocking the light. "Look, this is the function of the weather box. For example, this snow card," he said, and put in a card with wind and snow under the clouds. Soon it started snowing in the room. Nobita shouted excitedly, "Wow, it's really amazing. Is there anything else?" Doraemon smiled and said, "Of course there is. Here is the wind card. Put it in and try it." He put the card into the machine. A breeze blew in the room. "Look, this machine is so magical. So as long as you have this sunny card, tomorrow's weather will no longer be a problem." After saying this, he showed the sunny card. At first, the wind in the room suddenly increased unexpectedly, blowing the two to the ground, and the sunny card in Doraemon's hand disappeared without a trace. After finally turning off the machine, Nobita and Doraemon began to frantically look for sunny cards, from the house to the yard in the street. But they found nothing, so they had to go home dejected. "What should I do, Doraemon? Is there any other way?" Doraemon shook his head. "What should I do? I will be beaten 10 times by Sunia tomorrow." 555. Nobita remembered that, when he found Sunia's door just now, he saw Sunia trying to punch the sandbag, and he couldn't help crying on Doraemon's legs. "Oh, I got it. Come on, put this on your head." As he said that, he took out a stainless steel pot from his 4-dimensional pocket, and put it on Nobita's head. Nobita burst into laughter, pointed at the pot on his head and said, "Will tomorrow be sunny if I hold this up?" Doraemon sat next to him with an expressionless face and said, "No. This will make it less painful when you get hit." After that, Nobita fell to the ground. "So this thing is useless. Really?" Then he threw the pot hard on the ground. "There is no other way. I can only make more sunny dolls for you." Gian, and as he bought some ingredients for making rice bowls and went back. On the way home, he suddenly saw a card flying. He took it down with the levitation technique. There was a sun pattern on it, and 2 words were written below, "Sunny." This card, I remember, it seems to be one of the props of Doraemon. Which prop is it? Let me think. He really couldn't remember it. After all, Doraemon has too many props. There are nearly 3,000 episodes of Doraemon. Even if the duplicates are excluded, there are more than 1,000 kinds. Moreover, many of them were seen by him a long time ago, so he really couldn't remember them. Forget it. This thing should be related to the weather. Maybe I will need it tomorrow. Let's return it to Doraemon first. For his own happiness, Junfei decided to return it first. It happened that the way home was on the way to their house, so he walked over slowly. More than 10 minutes later, Doraemon was still trying to make a sunny doll, and Nobita was worrying by the window. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door below. "I'm coming." Nobita answered and ran to the door. Seeing Gian and Daisy standing at the door, he said in confusion, "Student Gian, haven't you finished tutoring today's homework?" "Oh, I'm not looking for you for tutoring, but because of this." As he said, Gian and Daisy took out the card. "I think this thing should be yours. I want to ask if it is." Nobita saw it and jumped up happily and quickly called Doraemon down. Doraemon immediately confirmed that it was the sunny card he lost. The two danced excitedly. "Great, Nobita, is saved." "Yeah." Gian and Daisy silently closed the door and left. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "I'm such a good person." Chapter 20 Autumn Outing. When he got home, Dekisugi had not come back yet, so Yu and Daisy had to start preparing rice balls by himself. When he cooked the rice and started to prepare the ingredients for the rice balls, Dekisugi came back. His attitude was still as cold as before, with some flour and ingredients in his hands, and it seemed that he wanted to prepare pastries. After entering the kitchen, he saw that Yu and Daisy had already started cooking, and without saying anything, he started to knead the dough. He saw that Dekisugi seemed to be preparing enough for 2 people, so he had to forcibly change his style and change from making rice balls to making dinner. Anyway, the ingredients are some meat and vegetables, just stir fry them. So in the end, today's dinner was made by Yu and Daisy alone, while Dekisugi prepared tomorrow's lunch, some exquisite pastries, and also packed a portion for him. In the evening, the Cold War between the two continued as usual, and there was no conversation all night. Early the next morning, they got up, and the sun greeted the arrival of a new day in the sky as usual. It looks like Doraemon's gadgets didn't malfunction this time. Gian and Daisy sighed, and then began to dress and wash. Xiaoshan also got up soon after, eating breakfast while watching the morning news. After living here for a long time, he couldn't eat without watching the news. As the saying goes, a red plum is red, a black plum is black, and the wisdom of the ancients still has many merits today. Carrying their homework and lunch boxes, the two set off together. When they arrived at Nobita's house, Daisy saw an incredible scene. Nobita went out with his school bag on his back. He got up. There was only this one thought lingering in his mind. This is not scientific. Even with Doraemon, it is not scientific. Just as he sighed, Nobita greeted the two of them. "Hi. Dekisugi-san, Yu-san, good morning." Dekisugi smiled and responded with a good morning, and Daisy nodded blankly. "The weather is really nice today, isn't it?" "I said the weather forecast is a lie, isn't it, Yu classmate?" Nobita said to Yu and Daisy with a smug look on his face. He said this to Yu and Daisy because Daisy saw the weather forecast yesterday and witnessed the process of Nobita and Sunia's bet. "Of course, the weather is very nice today. Congratulations on winning the bet with Sunia." Yu and Daisy wished him well with a blank expression. After all, smiling was too tiring. When Nobita was walking by, he met Shizuka and Fat Tiger, and everyone took a detour to Sunia's house. Dekisugi also followed. Anyway, since they were going out today, they didn't have to go to class, so they could spend some time on the way. It was the first time Yu and Daisy came to Sunia's house. It was just like what was shown on TV. It was a mansion with 3 floors, European style, and a light blue roof, which was very different from everyone else's house. Everyone walked through a yard and felt that this was a real yard, with flowers, trees, and a pond. When they arrived at Sunia's door, Nobita began to knock on the door. After waiting for a few minutes, Sunia rushed out with a pot on his head and roared with full momentum, "Nobita, I'm ready, you can hit me." Everyone laughed beside him, only Xiaoshan was watching Nobita's behavior. Nobita didn't do it in the end. Maybe when he saw the pot, he remembered himself yesterday and let Sunia go. Sunia was also very grateful to Nobita, holding his hand and thanking him repeatedly, and finally everyone walked towards the school with laughter. At school, after everyone handed in their homework, the teacher announced that everyone was ready to get on the bus. The school bus was ready at the door. Today is a group trip for the 4th grade, and our 3 classes got on 3 buses and set off. The speed of the car was not very fast, but it didn't take long for us to leave the town and enter the mountain road. In order to relieve the boredom of the students, the teacher began to organize everyone to sing the school song. Gian and Azzy had never learned this, but he sang along. Just when everyone was in high spirits, the car suddenly broke down, and everyone almost couldn't sit still. Some people's heads even hit the seats of the people in front of them, and everyone was shocked. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the car? After the teacher stood firm, he immediately went to the driver's seat and asked the driver about the condition of the car. The driver checked it and said, "It may be a problem with the engine. I'll go down and take a look." He opened the door and went to check the engine of the car. Not long after, the driver came back and said, "It's not working. It should be that the engine is aging and can't carry so many people. Otherwise, I will discuss with them and wait for them to come back to pick us up when they reach the destination." "How long will it take?" "We are only halfway through the journey now. It will take them at least an hour to go back and forth." Everyone in the car was devastated. However, there was one person who was even more devastated among all the people. That was Nobita. When Nobita searched through his backpack and found that he didn't bring his lunchbox, his heart was already filled with despair. A good day was over just like that. But Doraemon has always been a ray of light in Nobita's life. After a while, he flew over with lunch. The voice of Doraemon's salvation came from the sky. "Nobita, you forgot to bring your lunchbox. I sent it to you." Doraemon landed next to Nobita and handed him the lunchbox in his hand. Nobita was so happy that he danced with joy and almost kowtowed. "By the way, Doraemon, do you have a way to solve the problem with the car?" Nobita thought of the car that had broken down on the roadside and asked the omnipotent Doraemon. Doraemon checked the school bus and found that the engine was aging, so he said, "No problem, leave it to me." As he said that, the blue fat man took out the performance improvement liquid and began to explain, "Just spray this and the performance of the item will be greatly improved." He sprayed it on the engine position at the rear of the car, and the engine immediately started running and rushed away with a car full of people. "Wait for me." Doraemon took the bamboo dragonfly again to chase the car. The car sped and arrived at the destination before the 2 cars in front. Doraemon also landed at the foot of the mountain right after it. The teacher got off the car and said to everyone, "Okay, students, now we are going to the mountain to eat lunch." In order to make it easier for everyone to move forward, we decided to move forward in groups. "Let's start the grouping now." The teacher divided the students in the class into 4 groups, each with 5 people. However, because of the addition of Yu and Azzy, there are 6 people in his group. But unfortunately, Yu and Azzy is not familiar with any of the people in this group. Why not? Because they don't even have a name in the original work, so naturally they are not familiar. Dekisugi formed a team with Nobita and the other 4, so that they would not be embarrassed to meet now. A classmate asked, "Teacher, how do you go up the mountain?" The teacher smiled, pointed to the mountain cable car next to him and said, "Students, I will wait for you at the top of the mountain first." After that, he got on the car. The students all despised silently in their hearts, and then everyone started to go up the mountain. The mountain road is about 3 or 4 kilometers, not very long, but it is still challenging for elementary school students. Of course, for Yu and Azzy, after the baptism of a 2nd level magician, even without magic, these mountain roads are nothing to him. The boys are generally in good physical condition, but there is a girl in the team who is physically weak. Azzy would reach out to help her in steep places. She was surprised and smiled and thanked him, then grabbed his hand and climbed up. In the more than an hour of climbing the mountain, no one in the team said that they couldn't do it anymore, so there was no rest. In the end, they were the first to reach the top of the mountain. After reaching the top of the mountain, the girl thanked Yu and Azzy. "Thank you, classmate Yuan. I didn't expect you to have such good physical strength and be so enthusiastic." The other 4 nodded in agreement. Someone else said, "Yes, you usually have a paralyzed expression, which feels scary. Well, and you don't talk much usually, just chatting with classmate Demushin. We thought you looked down on people with poor grades." Amid a series of voices of approval, Yu and Daz's forehead, which had never sweated when climbing the mountain, had a few drops of cold sweat on it. He shouted frantically in his heart, "So what kind of person am I in your mind? According to what you said, I'm almost a cool and arrogant academic bully. This is not my personality." On the surface, he remained calm. Fortunately, the teacher next to him came to help him out. "Don't say that. Yu has become quiet because of some unpleasant experiences. He is a good person. You should try to be friends with him." The teacher came over and said with a smile, "Well, okay." The female classmate stepped forward, stretched out her hand in front of Dazi and said, "Yu, my name is Tsuneo Shiyumi. Please teach me." The people around him followed suit. After shaking hands with them one by one to show their acquaintance, they suddenly heard a voice from below. Turning around, they found that the trees on the hillside seemed to have grown a lot, nearly twice as tall as the trees in other places. Seeing this, Yu and Dazi began to think that this situation could only be caused by Doraemon's props. According to the rule, that Doraemon's props will not be taken back unless they are broken after use, it should be the performance enhancement liquid that was used just now. So, Dekisugi and the others should be trapped on the mountainside. The distance is too far to use detection techniques to directly investigate. It seems that I have to go alone. With that, Dazi said goodbye to everyone and then ran towards the mountainside. Chapter 21 The Magic Monkey. Before the people on the mountain could react, Yu and Dazi had already disappeared from their sight. They discussed it and thought that Yu and Dazi was not a person who would act rashly, so they did not follow him. After running away, Yu and Dazi immediately cast a second level wind spell on himself, which increased his speed to an extreme. Running at full speed, coupled with the downhill section here, Yu and Dazi's speed reached nearly 3 times the human limit. He met a few classmates on the way, but they didn't see clearly, and Yu and Dazi had already disappeared in front of them. A few minutes later, he arrived at the place where the forest suddenly changed. The natural forces around him were a little abnormal, and it felt like they were forcibly stimulated. After feeling the situation here, the effect of using magic here would be doubled, but the consumption would also be difficult to control, which can be said to have advantages and disadvantages. He continued to move forward and turned on the induction spell at the same time. Here, the range limit of his induction spell was more than doubled, and nothing could be hidden within a radius of 100 meters. But Yu and Dazi also felt a little pain in his head, which was a manifestation of the brain being overloaded in processing surrounding information, but it was within an acceptable range. Continue to search forward. He found that the creatures here had also become gigantic, and their bodies had become 2 to 3 times their original sizes. After searching for a few more minutes, he found Nobita and his group. He hurried over and saw the classic 5 people of Nobita: Fat Tiger, Sunia, Shizuka, and Doraemon. No, it was a combination of 4 people and a cat, but Izuku was missing. What's going on? What's so dirty about you? And, Doraemon, this forest was messed up by your props, right? Doraemon sat on the ground, waved his hands and said, "Don't talk about this. My props were taken away by a monkey, that performance enhancing liquid. The monkey sprinkled that thing all over the forest, and it became like this now. And the antidote was also taken away by them. I don't know where it is now, but it will be back to normal in an hour." Yu and Dazi nodded to show that he understood, and then asked, "Where is Izuku?" That. Doraemon touched his head with his chubby hands and said, "He was kidnapped by the monkeys just now." Before he finished speaking, Dazi ran away and continued searching. But this time, with the clues, he could use magic to track. Second level magic, detection branch, search elf. After saying that, a palm-sized elf like a puppy appeared in his hand. Go, follow the smell of the monkey nearby and find him. Yu and Dazi ordered expressionlessly. The dog sniffed nearby and quickly ran towards a road. Yu and Dazi followed closely behind. Really, these monkeys only cause trouble to people. Why doesn't the performance enhancement liquid improve their brains? Thinking of this, his speed increased a bit. After running a few hundred meters, he sensed Demolition and a group of monkeys near a pond. Demolition was tied to the side by vines they found from nowhere, and a monkey was sitting on a stone next to him enjoying his lunch. Yu and Dazi saw clearly that it was a pastry made by Demolition. Looking around, he was about to rush out, to punch the Nansha nursing home, and kick the BH kindergarten, but suddenly found that a monkey had magic fluctuations. So and as he quickly focused his perception on the monkey, and then his face changed from solemn to ecstatic. The necklace on the monkey is a natural magic stone. Magic stone is a product of nature that contains a lot of natural power. It takes abundant natural power and a long time to cultivate this kind of magic stone. Under normal circumstances, a lowest level magic stone takes hundreds of years to form and is buried deep underground. This time it should be pushed up by the roots that suddenly grew. Dazi carefully observed the magic stone and felt the natural power in it. The energy in it is more than dozens of times the magic power in my body. It is at least a high level magic stone that can only be formed in thousands of years. So he immediately made up his mind to get it. But he also knew that it might be a bit difficult here. First, the monkey seemed to be able to release some magic through the magic stone. Second, here, the power of magic is doubled. A level 1 spell can play nearly the power of the second level, which can be fatal to him now. And there is also Izuki next to him. A little magic aftermath may cause irreversible damage to him, such as burns or broken arms. It seems that we can only steal things without worry after rescuing Demission. Dazi took a short break, and the surging magic power quickly filled his talisman. Then Yu and Dazi cast a second level wind spell on himself, preparing to run at full speed, while chanting a spell, and a second level wind blade gradually took shape. At the same time as the wind blade was launched, he flew out of the bush like an arrow. With the blessing of violent energy, it only took 1 second to reach a distance of more than 40 meters. Before Demission could react, the vines on his body were cut off by the wind blade, and Yu and Dazi had already run halfway. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that this old monkey would react quickly. When he picked up Demission, a magic flew out of his hand. Since he had not received systematic magic training, he could only instinctively draw the magic power in the gem, so he could only use first level magic. Although the level of magic is low, he can't stand up to the manner of others. Moreover, due to the performance enhancement fluid, the magic effect was multiplied, and a small fireball that was nearly twice as big as his usual second level magic fireball was thrown at me. Originally, if it was only Yu and Dazi, the small fireball now could not even keep up with my speed. But now there was an additional Izuki, and the speed dropped by about 40%. They ran into the woods, but still could not escape the magic lock. Finally, when the fireball was about to hit Yu and Dazi's back, he completed the spell, cast a second level body protection spell on himself, pushed Izuki out, and used the levitation spell to protect him from inertia. A flame shot up into the sky, and the body protection spell on Yu and Dazi's body was instantly broken, blocking the flames and most of the impact force. But a small part of the impact force still acted on him, causing him to fly more than 10 meters in an instant, rolling on the ground for several times before the inertia was completely exhausted. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he reluctantly knelt on the ground. Chumushin, who was beside him, hurried over to help him up and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" Yu and Dazi did not answer, but instead chanted a spell, healing. A series of spells that made Chumushin feel confused came out of his mouth. After chanting more than 40 spells, a faint green light spread from his whole body. After a while, Dazi's injuries were almost healed. However, since he had used the healing spell again, Yu and Dazi also cured his facial paralysis. He has now adapted to life here and there is no need to live with a paralyzed face for the rest of his life. He spit out another mouthful of blood, and when he felt that his blood circulation was smooth, he said, "Okay, I'm fine." Zyadishan also felt the difference in him and said, "Was that magic just now?" Yu and Dazi nodded. "So, did you also use magic to take revenge on Jali Saka last time?" "No wonder, I finally understand how you did it. If you denied it last time, I would have believed it, because I didn't have any evidence to convince myself. It was just an intuition. Why didn't you deny it? For such a small matter, do you still need me to deceive you?" Dazi said what he was thinking at the time. Then he said, "That guy called your bedroom in the middle of the night, obviously wanting to lower your grades, so that he could become the first, but he didn't expect to meet me. I never concealed that it was my revenge. There was no need to conceal it. A weak person like him, even if he temporarily gets the first place through such despicable means, will eventually be exposed and then bear the infamy. People like him, talented but without morals, are a disaster to keep. No, that's not the case. Even if he made a mistake, as long as he is willing to repent, you can give him a chance. And he was just impulsive. Why did he do that? I gave him a chance. Xiaoshin's words were not finished, and Yuan as he interrupted him. I knew his identity the next morning. If he hadn't called me that night, I would have let him go. Unfortunately, he ended up killing himself. Seeing that he wanted to say something, Dazi waved his hand to signal him not to say anything, and then walked back the way he came. Why are you going back? The monkey is still there. Xiaoshin was also anxious when he saw this. He had also seen the power of the monkey's magic over there and thought that I couldn't match it. And as he turned his head and said, "You are too naive. Do you really think they will let us go? Listen, they are coming." Demishan calmed down and listened carefully and found that there was indeed a sound of branches being shaken. He immediately became more nervous and wanted to tell Yu and Dazi to leave quickly. But he continued, "Don't worry about me. It's easier for me to get away alone. Don't worry, I'm still very powerful." He gave him a confident smile. "You go over there to find Nobita and the others, and then we will meet directly at the top of the mountain." After that, Yu and Dazi pointed in a direction, which was exactly the direction he came from. Then he ran towards the direction where the monkey came from. Izuki thought for a while and decided to follow his advice and go find Nobita and the others. After secretly confirming that Izuki had left, Yu and Dazi emerged from the woods and smiled. "You stupid monkey, you dare to use the fireball technique to hit me? I'll show you what a real magician is capable of." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, Breaking the Ice. Soon, a group of monkeys came swinging on the branches. Seeing Yu and Dazhi here, they landed on the ground and stood in 2 rows. An old monkey landed in the middle of them. It was the dead monkey just now. Now it seems that this guy has a high status here. It should be because of the magic stone. Squeak. The monkey pointed at Yu and Dazhi with his finger. It should be an attack order, because the other monkeys rushed towards him frantically. Yu and Dazhi had already cast the wind spell and the strange strength spell on himself. Although the physical fitness of these monkeys is stronger than that of normal adults, his current strength and speed are beyond the scope of human. Not to mention the magic frenzy brought by the performance enhancement liquid. Now he is a humanoid monster. Facing the monkeys that are bigger than him, Yu and Dazhi punched a big friend with one punch. He finished more than 20 monkeys in less than a minute, and then stood in front of the old monkey. It seemed so surprised that it even forgot to cast a spell. Yu and Dazhi chuckled and thought that monkeys are monkeys and they can never be compared with humans. Just when he was about to knock him down with one punch, he felt a sense of crisis from the side and quickly dodged to the side. A monkey fell from the sky and hit the ground hard, creating a new hole in the ground. When the dust settled, a monkey of even bigger size stood in front of the old monkey. It was the monkey that had just enjoyed the lunch. Humph, what a destroyer. But these 2 monkeys are fighting one against the other. One resists damage, and the other deals damage. It's really a classic combination. Yu and Dazhi said, taking a fighting stance, thinking to himself, I really need to learn fighting skills. I should learn it after the last time. He estimated the monkey's ability. The physical fitness of that big monkey is probably only 2/3 of mine, so it's not a big threat to me. But the guy behind is the real danger. The magic that was released in a hurry just now is so powerful. I must not let him hit me, otherwise, with my small body, I will be finished in just one hit. Just as Yu and Dazhi was thinking, the monkey saw that the child did not move, so he took the initiative and charged at him. The old monkey behind him also began to accumulate magic power, ready to give him a fatal blow when he showed a flaw. Yu and Dazhi dodged to the side again, and the monkey's fist missed again, and a new pit appeared on the ground. Before he had time to sigh at the destructive power of this guy, the old monkey threw a fireball. But as soon as his feet landed, he had to move again, and the fireball hit the place just now. After finally getting a breather, Yu and as he was about to chant a spell. Just after chanting a few characters, the old monkey suddenly squeaked twice, and the big monkey rushed towards him like crazy, not caring about the damage to his body. Damn, did you detect the magic fluctuations when I chanted the spell so quickly? Then I can only use the first level magic. Let's try to see if the first level spell can directly kill the old monkey. As he said, a fireball flew towards the magician behind him. Yu and as he injected more magic power into the fireball, and a fireball as big as a head flew out of his hand, comparable to the second level magic he usually used. This was because he had injected the equivalent of a second level magic power into it, and it was amplified by the performance enhancement fluid to have such power. However, the magic power of the magic stone on the old monkey was far greater than his. Just the magic power mobilized by it waving its hands was comparable to the magic thrown by Yu and Azuki. This fireball was blocked by the barrier of natural power. What should I do? I don't have the ability to kill any of the two people instantly. Even if I use it, it will be a trade of injury, and it is very likely that the remaining one will solve it. How can I break the situation? Do I have to wait for an hour? Although I can do this, it's too troublesome, and it doesn't match the harsh words I just said. And if Chumushin reaches the top of the mountain and I don't, he will definitely come back. Just as Yu and as he was thinking about countermeasures, a voice came into his mind. You have engraved the soul seal, and you can also perform soul attacks without chanting the spell, but the benefits will be lower than without chanting the spell. It's you? Soul devouring monument? His voice was slightly happy, and he dodged a magic. What should I do to launch a soul attack? Yes, my master. You can directly use your mental power to activate the soul lines of the talisman and launch a soul attack on them. Although the damage of this attack is not as good as that of a second level spell, and it requires a large difference in souls, the two monkeys on the opposite side just meet these two requirements. Although I don't know why their bodies have been strengthened, their souls are similar to those of ordinary people. A soul attack can temporarily make them lose their ability to move. However, with your current soul power, you can only have one chance at most, otherwise you will overdraw your soul power. At that time, even if I replenish it for you, it will take a certain amount of time. So try to limit their actions, and strive to win with one blow. One chance. It's enough. Yu and as he thought so, dodging the monkey that just rushed over and ran towards the old monkey who was casting a spell. It saw this human rushing towards it and quickly threw the fireball in its hand. Yu and as he jumped up to avoid the fireball, and the monkey behind him also hurriedly dodged to the side to avoid being accidentally injured. In the air, he threw a fireball at the old monkey. The monkey stretched out his hands, and a light green halo appeared, protecting it from injury. Yu and as he saw that the monkey behind him was temporarily unable to pursue, and the old monkey could not move either. His eyes changed, and now is the time. The magic power triggered the law pattern, and an invisible wave was transmitted to the old monkey. The old monkey had just blocked the fireball spell, and was in a state of mental relaxation. An attack aimed at the soul ignored the defense and directly acted on its mind. It felt as if a knife was cutting its brain. The severe pain caused by the soul attack instantly made its eyes roll back and lose consciousness. Yu and as he fell from the sky in his current posture, and landed next to it. He tore off the vine necklace hanging on his body and thought excitedly, the magic stone, I got it. As for the monkey charging behind, Yu and as he casually mobilized the magic power comparable to the second level magic, and a small fireball flew out, hitting it aside, and its body was charred. Yu and as he walked over to take a look, and confirmed that it was not dead, so he ignored it. It's okay as long as they are not dead. If we kill them later, Chumushin will be unhappy. However, it seems to smell a bit good. He took a deep breath and left reluctantly. In the process, he kept comforting himself. Forget it, this is not delicious. Look, it's all burnt. As he spoke, he began to clean the vines on the magic stone. This is the biggest gain of this trip. The magic stone is a strange thing born from heaven and earth. Of course, it is not used for cultivation. Its main function is to attract the power of nature to increase the power of magic. In other words, it is a material for making magic tools. Daisy felt it carefully and found that this magic stone is definitely a high level magic stone, and it is also a very good batch among high level magic stones. He happily put away this emerald green natural attribute magic stone and walked back happily. After using a lot of magic power in a row, 2 of the talismans in the Sea of Consciousness were empty, and the magic power was less than 1/3 left. It takes some time to recover, but it's okay. He cast the wind spell on himself again and ran to the top of the mountain. Magic power is to be used. More than 10 minutes later, Yu and Daisy returned to the top of the mountain again. His clothes were a little dirty and torn because of the friction on the ground just now. However, he had cleaned the dirt in advance, and the torn clothes could be said to be caught by the branches on the mountain. After waiting for a while, Chumashin and others arrived. Seeing that Yu and Daisy was fine, Chumashin was relieved. He walked in front of Yu and Daisy and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong about what happened some time ago. It's okay." Yu and Daisy waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. It's good that everyone has reached the top of the mountain safely, and let's not talk about the past. Zyadishan also nodded. The teacher came over and said, "What's the matter? You are so late, even if Chumashin is here?" Everyone was panting and couldn't say anything. Seeing this, the teacher didn't pursue it too much, just thinking that they had encountered some accidents just now. Anyway, everyone is here, so there is no need to care. Well, since everyone is here, let's start lunch. Looking at the time, I found that it was already 12 o'clock, and it was indeed time to have lunch. Everyone sat down, took out their lunch boxes and started eating. Izuki also wanted to take out his lunchbox, but when he reached into his school bag, he found that it was empty. He then remembered that his school bag had been searched by the monkeys before, and all the food inside had been taken away by them. After thinking about it, it seemed that no one could ask for a lunchbox, so it seemed that he would have to go hungry at noon today. At this time, a lunchbox was handed to him. "Eat it, it's all yours anyway." Izuki raised his head and saw that it was Yu and Daisy who gave him the lunchbox. He smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite." Chapter 23 Making a Wand. After lunch, the students looked at the scenery together, and then the teacher asked everyone to take a group photo, and then drove the students home. Of course, the engine on the car was replaced this time. After this trip, the Cold War between Yu and Daisy and Chumashin that lasted for more than a week ended. Now that Lee and the others have returned home, they should consider how to deal with the magic stone. Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend. Chumashin still regrets that his lunchbox is gone. He called out to the soul-devouring monument in his Sea of Consciousness. After a while, he sent an article. Yu and Daisy took a closer look and found that there were some magic patterns used to be engraved on the magic wand. It also said that you only need to find a suitable carrier to put the magic stone in, and then engrave the magic patterns on it. And this is the magic pattern, which is a few more suitable magic patterns selected by it for Daisy. Yu and Daisy happily took out the magic stone. When he was thinking about what kind of container to put it in, his face suddenly changed. Damn it, why has the magic power of this magic stone declined so much? If this magic stone this afternoon was a top grade magic stone, then now it has only the magic power of a newly entered top grade one, which has declined by about half. Damn it, the magic power was still very abundant in the afternoon. What happened? Was it used by that dead monkey? No, that's not right. As long as the magic power used is not lost, the magic stone will attract the power of nature to replenish it in a short time, but this is fading. Wait, is it because of the performance enhancement liquid? Yu and Daisy suddenly thought, what if this thing was also contaminated with the performance enhancement liquid and was upgraded to the top level in the afternoon? After an hour, the effect of the performance enhancement liquid will end and it will decline back to its original state, that is, a magic stone that has just entered the top grade. After thinking through the cause and effect, he could only sigh. After all, it is impossible to get this magic stone without the performance enhancement liquid, so it can't be blamed on them. And this magic stone is also pretty good. The soul-devouring monument gives out gold and silver containers. Although they are good, forget about them, because of the price. The slightly inferior ones are the heartwoods of some trees. The tree should be at least 50 years old, preferably a locust tree. Because the Chinese character for locust is composed of a wood and a ghost, the ghost represents spirit. Because this type of tree is easy to communicate with spirits, it is called a locust tree. In terms of magic conductivity, the heartwood of a locust tree is no worse than gold and silver. Yu and Daisy found Chumushin and asked him if there was a locust tree on the back mountain. Chumushin gave him a positive answer. Of course there are some on the back hill. The locust tree was planted there many years ago, so it should have a history of several hundred years. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Yu and Dashi said expressionlessly. Why ask it? Of course we have to cut down the trees. I like the locust trees that are several hundred years old the most. Chumushan regretted it at that moment. Not really, those old trees have a history of many years. Why do we have to cut them down? Today there was a monkey that could do magic, wasn't there? I won the fight and took the magic stone from it that allowed it to use magic temporarily. That is the core of the magic wand, and I'm going to make a handle for it now. Then I can use it. No. How can you cut down such an important tree for your own selfish interests? Xiao-shan stood up and retorted. Finally, under his argument, Yu and Dashi had to compromise. Okay, I promise you I won't cut it down, just cut a branch, okay? Branches are also fine, but the effect will be a little worse than the heart of the tree. The next morning, Nobita called Yu and Dashi and said that he had no homework today, and he had told his mother that he didn't need to come. Yu and Dashi was quite happy. Anyway, he still got his monthly salary, and it was good to have a little more rest. After that, he said hello to Chumushin and said that he was going to the back mountain to look for trees. Chumushin was worried and insisted on going with him, probably because he was worried that he would cut down the locust tree. The almighty back mountain was still as peaceful as ever. The two children searched for a long time on the mountain and finally found those huge locust trees on the top of the mountain. These trees are really old, and even if they were together, they couldn't hug a tree. Looking up at the lush branches and leaves of the locust tree, it looks like it can live for hundreds of years. Yu and Dashi began to choose branches from the branches. As for how to choose, he covered the entire locust tree with the induction technique, injected magic into the branches, and selected them one by one. After trying most of the branches, he selected a few branches that were most smooth for magic transmission and tried again. Finally, he picked out the most suitable branch, a branch that had only grown on the top of a locust tree for a few years. Looking at the branch, that was more than 2 meters long and as thick as an ordinary person's arm, Yu and Dashi said, "It's you." After saying that, he chanted the spell Wind Blade and cut off the branch with one knife. The branch fell to the ground with some leaves from the locust tree. There seemed to be a small space on the top of the branch, and now the sun can shine here. Xiao-shan walked closer to the branch, looked at the cut, and said, "Is this the power of magic? But I believe that science will not lose." Jumping down from the tree trunk that was more than 5 meters high, he landed on the ground and splashed a cloud of dust. Xiao-shan was very worried that Yu and Dashi would fall to the ground and get hurt. After all, this picture was still very impactful. After falling, Yu and Dashi decided to process the branch on the spot. After all, it was not very convenient to carry this thing back, and it would not be good if someone saw someone cutting down the tree. Xiao-shan was an example. He felt so distressed just for a branch. He took out the knife he had prepared in advance, first cast a strange power spell on himself, and then injected magic power into the knife to increase its sharpness and prevent it from breaking quickly. After getting ready, he began to cut the branch. First, split the bottom of the branch into squares of similar thickness, and then cut the area about 1 meter and 3 into a large ball. When Xiao-shan saw the rough product, he laughed and said, "What kind of magic wand is this? It's better to say it's a hammer." Yu and Dashi was unhappy at that time, and said calmly, "Why are you laughing? If I fail this time, I will have to cut another one." Xiao-shan immediately put away her smile, and began to look at Yu and Dashi with worry. Ignoring his gaze, I continued to make magic wands. First, slowly cut the lower half of the wand into a round shape with a knife, which took about half an hour. Yu and as he held it with his hand to confirm that there would be no discomfort, and the preliminary process of the wand was completed. Then came the large ball on top. The gem is almost rhombus shaped, and a rhombus shaped outline should also be engraved. He thought about it, continued to carve the edge into a rhombus with a knife, and then hollowed out a rhombus sized border in the middle. A magic buffer area was left between the two, which was hollowed out, leaving 4 pillars connecting the midpoints of the 4 sides of the 2 large and small diamonds. Next, he took out the magic stone and tried to put it into the frame, but found that the frame was a little small. Fortunately, it was small. If it was too big, it would have to be cut again. Slowly adjust the frame until the magic stone is just right to fit in it. Although it is a little loose, it is not a problem. Don't worry about it falling off during the battle, because there are still processes to be done later. If it falls off, if it is not embedded well, then do those magic wands suspended by magic stones have to worry about being snatched away during the battle? Of course not. After engraving the magic pattern, the magic wand will generate energy exchange with the magic stone, and the magic wand will actively embed the magic stone, making it difficult to separate. Of course, although the suspended magic wand will separate the two, the traction is tighter than that of a normal magic wand. Because the suspended magic wands are all made of high-grade magic metals, they are legendary materials for the current Yu and Daisuke. After confirming that everything is correct, he put away the magic stone. He began to use a knife as a pen, and used magic power as ink, to engrave magic patterns on it. At this time, Yu and Daisuke said to Chumushin, "You go back first. This process will take a long time." Chumushin shook his head, and took out a book to read. He should wait for him to go back together. He slowly left patterns on the magic wand. The process was very slow, because he couldn't make mistakes. I have to rest, after engraving each magic pattern. If he is now a 3rd level magician, he should be able to engrave the entire set of magic patterns without stopping, right? After all, this is not only a test of magic power, but also a test of mental strength. After a long time, the sun was already high in the sky, and a hint of temperature could be felt in the woods. It should be almost noon now, and Yu and Daisuke finally finished engraving the last magic pattern, stood up and stretched. Finally finished, now is the time to witness the miracle. Chumushin also came over after hearing this, wanting to see what the magic wand looked like when it was completed. After placing the magic stone into the top frame, the invisible magic pattern suddenly began to spread from the magic stone in the middle, and appeared in front of Chumushin with colorful colors. For a moment, the magic wand became very gorgeous, looking like a work of art. The magic wand also slowly rose into the air. When the patterns on the entire magic wand lit up, the 2 diamond-shaped frames on the top of the magic wand changed a little. The inside of the frame began to shrink slightly, merging the edge of the magic stone into the edge of the magic wand frame. At this time, the light of the magic pattern reached a peak, and then dimmed. Yu and Daisuke picked up the newly made magic wand, injected magic power, felt the speed and increase of the magic power, and said, "It's done." Chapter 24 The Last Regret. Yu and Daisuke picked up the magic wand, and using his hand as a medium, he used his mental power to imprint a mark on the magic wand. Immediately afterwards, a powerful magic force was fed back into his sea of consciousness, and his sea of consciousness was instantly filled with powerful magic power. After sorting out the violent magic power and stabilizing it, Yu and Daisuke could draw the 4th mark, and he should be able to break through tonight. He tried not to recite the magic spell and cast a 2nd level spell with the magic wand. The magic stone inlaid on the magic wand emitted a light blue light, and the surrounding magic patterns also lit up faintly. With a casual wave of his hand, the icicle pierced through a tree. Well, not bad. The same magic power. Not only does it not require chanting, but the power has also increased by about 20%, and the speed is also a bit faster. He was still very satisfied with the effect of the magic wand. When he turned around and was about to speak to Zayashin, Chumushin spoke first. "Why are you destroying trees again? It's so immoral." He had to remain silent for a while. "I'm sorry. Let's go back." Seeing Yu and Daisuke apologize, Zayashin didn't pursue it and said, "There are still more than 10 minutes until 12 o'clock. It may be too late to go back." "No, it's still in time. I have magic." Yu and Daisuke still said expressionlessly. "Okay then. But are you going to take your staff back like this? It will still attract attention, right? Chumashin pointed at the wand in Yu and Daz's hand. He turned the wand in his hand in a circle, and then the wand shrank rapidly, leaving a faint pink mark on the palm of his right hand. If you look closely at this mark, it is a smaller version of the wand. Then he took it out again and said, "Let's go. We should go back, otherwise we will miss lunch." Then, he cast a second level wind spell on himself with his wand, stamped his feet and said, "Let's go." At this time, Yu and as he took advantage of Chumashin's inattention, carried him on his shoulders, and rushed out. Ignoring Chumashin's screams, Dazi sped on the road, and kept using the induction technique to sense the surrounding roads, and deliberately chose the roads with no people. In less than 10 minutes, he appeared at the door of the house carrying Chumashin. He put Chumashin, who was pale, down and said to him, "See, I said there was still time." Chumashin waved his hand, then took a few deep breaths of air, and said loudly, "Don't carry me on your back without my permission in the future." And as he looked at him and suddenly laughed, he snorted and walked into the house. And as he followed him in, lunch was pretty good. After all, the adults were there. Chumashin had a poor appetite because of the previous reason, so he ate very slowly, but he still finished his meal. Afterwards, Yu and Dazi was about to leave, but Chumashin's father stopped him and said he had something to tell him. Xiaoshin went back upstairs to read, while Dazi and his father went to the reception room. In the living room, the uncle sat down first, and then motioned Dazi to sit opposite him. "You have found a buyer for your house, and are planning to sell it. You should have no objection, right?" Yu and Dazi shook his head. It was agreed that the house would be given to him, and now he would not regret it. Seeing that Yu and Dazi had no objection, the uncle took a puff of cigarette and said, "In that case, then it's settled. The house is sold for 10 million yen, and after paying the inheritance tax of 45%, there are still a few months of repairs, the original medical expenses, and the food expenses for the past few months. After deducting these, there will probably be about 5 million yen left. I won't be greedy for this money. All of it will be used as your living expenses. When you come of age, I will return the extra money to you, and you have to find a way to return the less to me. By the way, is there anything else you want to take from the old house? If so, go and take it this afternoon. It will be sold tomorrow." Yu and Dazi was very surprised, because he originally thought that his adoptive father would take the money to supplement the family expenses, but he didn't expect that he would calculate it so clearly for him. It seems that Chumashin's character still has some basis for the source. After thinking for a while, Yu and Dazi said, "There shouldn't be anything I want in the old house, but I want to go back and stay for one night today." The uncle nodded in agreement and said, "Then I won't send you off. Go by yourself." He left the living room and returned to his room. Chumashin was reading a book. After greeting him, he asked Yu and Dazi to be careful on his way. Yu and Dazi nodded and left the house. More than an hour later, he appeared in front of this familiar yet strange house again, and it should be the last time. It was exactly the same as before, except that some of his things were missing. All the useful things were moved away. Walking slowly through every corner, Yu and Dazi remembered this house deeply, but this time there was no sadness, only a little sigh. The soul of the original owner had almost dissipated in his body. He was a little dazed, and he had been here for 2 months without realizing it. After staying here for a long time, he suddenly couldn't tell which time and space he belonged to. Maybe when he grows up, he will no longer be entangled by this problem. Anyway, by then, the original world will have been almost forgotten, just like the original Yu and Dazi would be rejected by Lee Junfei and eventually dissipated. Lying on the bed, Yu and Dazi began to absorb the power of nature unscrupulously, and soon, his sea of consciousness was saturated. He spent a long time carving the seal, and finally became a second level 4 seal magician. However, he did not stop practicing, but accelerated his speed. After all, excessive practice only makes you tired, and a good sleep will do. Now what he lacks the least is time. After practicing non-stop until 10 o'clock in the evening, Yu and Dazi finally felt exhausted, and most of the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness had disappeared. Now he has accumulated less than a quarter of a seal. It is impossible to be so unscrupulous at ordinary times. Because he has to stay awake all the time. He now has to go to class during the day, supplement his knowledge at night, and occasionally be angry with Taksham. His daily life is very rich. Feeling tired, Yu and Dazi did not resist sleep. He fell asleep soon. In his dream, he saw a boy born, growing up slowly, and gradually learning to crawl, walk, and talk with the help of his parents. Then when he reached school age, the boy went to school with his school bag on his back. The mother behind him showed a worried expression, and the father was comforting her, saying that his son had grown up gradually, and he should learn to let go, and let him experience some ups and downs on his own. Although the boy's grades were not the best, they were pretty good. Every time he came back with a report card, his parents would pat his head happily, and say that he did a good job. In this way, from the first grade to the third grade, from the age of 6 to 9, my parents always took care of me. The boy did not disappoint their expectations. His grades kept rising. In the third grade, he finally won the third place in the class. He returned home happily with the report card. His parents were also very pleased and decided to reward him by going skiing. But that day became the beginning and end of the nightmare. For some reason, when they were on the mountainside, there was a loud noise around, and the fluffy snow on the mountains on both sides began to resonate because of the widespread vibration, and then the ice and snow swept in. The whole family hurriedly ran to the foot of the mountain, but how could ordinary people be faster than the natural torrent? In the end, they were all crushed under the mountain. In order to give their child a hope of survival, when he was about to be covered by ice and snow, both parents chose to hug him, and the mother raised her ski poles high, hoping that someone could see it. I don't know how long it took, but there was a ray of light in the cold and dark world. Yu and Dazi was blinded by the light, and could not open his eyes, so he had to cover them with his hands. When he opened his eyes, the sun was already high outside. Huh, that child, is that Yu and Dazi? How pathetic. After reading his life, he felt a little depressed. Being thrown into the abyss at the happiest time, and the most beautiful things being destroyed. This is tragedy. Forget it. This is how I came to this world. In a sense, we are really alike. After getting up, he did not plan to continue practicing. After all, people also have their limits, and it is impossible to sit here every day. Even if you are tired of practicing, you can rest, but your willpower cannot bear it. Looking at the time, it is already 9 o'clock. This is the first time his biological clock has been abnormal in such a long time. It is true that I overdrawn my mental strength last night, and I can't do this again in the future. Walking to the corridor, after confirming that there is nothing that needs to be taken away, he is ready to stay for a while, and then go back. At this time, the phone in the corridor rang, and Yu and Dazi went to answer it. Yu and Dazi, are you awake? The client is handing over the house this afternoon. You need to be back before this afternoon. Okay, I got it. I'll be back in a minute. After hanging up the phone, he went out, put on his shoes, and walked out of the old house. Facing the sunshine, his mood also improved. Forget it, who cares? There is still a long way to go in life. It's better not to worry about things that have already happened. Where are you going today? Chapter 25, Tanuki Nobita. Thinking of this, Yu and Dazi went to wait for the bus. It was unrealistic to run back. Anyway, there was nothing to do today, so why not go for a walk in the town before going back? He made such a happy decision on the bus. At this time, Nobita and others were in the open space. Suddenly, a squirrel-like creature came from nowhere and ran past everyone, and everyone screamed. When everyone reacted, Sunia suddenly pointed at Nobita and said, I remembered Nobita's face. I was thinking about which animal Nobita's face was similar to, and now I finally remembered. It's a raccoon cat. Fat Tiger and Shizuka stared at Nobita, and soon, Fat Tiger laughed out loud. Hahaha, it's really like it. It's exactly the same as a raccoon cat. Shizuka said, how can you say that about Nobita? But they really look alike. Haha. As she spoke, she couldn't help laughing. Nobita was very angry when he heard it, and his face became round. Everyone laughed even more happily when they saw that he was angry, because after the face became round, it looked more like a raccoon cat. Nobita was so angry that he cried and was ready to run home to find Doraemon to avenge him. Doraemon, who was reading comics at Nobita's house, was startled by the sudden sound of the door slamming. As soon as he turned around, he saw a face wearing glasses flying towards him, which scared Doraemon so much that he threw all his books away. Nobita hugged Doraemon tightly and refused to let go, crying and saying, "Doraemon, you must help me." Doraemon pushed Nobita away and said, "What's wrong? Were you bullied by Fat Tiger and Sunya?" "Yes, they said I look like a raccoon cat." 555. Nobita vaguely said the key information. Doraemon was indignant. How can this be? They actually said that Nobita looks like a raccoon cat. Puchy, ha ha ha. Doraemon said, and then took another look at Nobita's face and laughed. Because they are so similar, especially after wearing glasses, the combination of face shape and glasses is simply a replica of a raccoon cat. What? Even Doraemon laughs at me. He turned from sadness to anger, picked up his fist and smashed it hard on Doraemon's head. Okay, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Doraemon begged for mercy, and Nobita gave up the attack. Although Nobita does look like him, it's still too much to say so. How about this? I'll give you this, a raccoon cat suit. Before he finished speaking, Nobita started shouting again. You really look down on me. Even you treat me like this, saying that I look like a raccoon cat. Doraemon waved his hands and said, Nobita, it's not what you think. Listen to me. In ancient times, warriors often strayed into the forest and finally found that they were deceived by raccoons and ate stones and soil. This prop is taken from this myth. As long as you wear this thing, you can present the picture you imagine in your mind to others. Try it. After speaking, he gave the prop to Nobita. Nobita put on the glasses and tail, and now he looks like a raccoon cat. Then Nobita thought of finding someone to do the experiment, so he saw Doraemon. When Doraemon reacted, it was too late. Now he saw that there were mice all around him circling around him, and his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Nobita saw the effect of this prop and immediately snapped his fingers and said, Great, with this, I can take revenge on Sunya. As he said this, he opened the door and walked out, starting to search for the target. After walking through a few streets, he suddenly saw Sunya going home in front of him. I didn't expect that enemies would meet on a narrow road. Nobita boasted and immediately launched an illusion attack on Sunya. Sunya was walking back happily, and then he closed his eyes and thought about Nobita, and couldn't help laughing twice. When he opened his eyes, he found that the straight road in front of him had turned into a jungle trail. Strange, I remember that this should be my way home. Why did it become a mountain road? Sunya took 2 steps back in confusion, and when he looked back, the original road had also turned into a mountain road. Sunya didn't expect to see such a scene. He panicked and started running forward. Nobita looked at Sunya's panic and smiled happily. But because of the illusion, Sunya didn't hear it at all. After walking for a long time, Sunya found that the road ahead was finally not a mountain road, but a house. Nobita looked at the reality and found that it was Shizuka's house. Seeing Sunya walk in, Nobita laughed and said, I don't know what Sunya will see inside. It's really exciting. He listened carefully to the movement with a strange expression. Sunya saw a beautiful woman in ancient costume cooking porridge inside. Sunya held his stomach, pointed at the pot of porridge and said, Great, miss, are you going to give me something to eat at this time? I'm not polite. Then he started to drink the porridge. Shizuka was mopping the floor at home and suddenly saw Sunya come in without knocking. She was very surprised because few people in Japan do such immoral things. Then she heard Sunya pointing at the bucket of water and saying it was a pot of porridge and told Shizuka that he was not polite, and then he held the bucket of rag water and drank it. This scene almost scared Shizuka out of her mind, but she didn't expect Sunya to be a person who liked it. Even in a fantasy, the taste of porridge and the taste of sewage were still too different. Sunya had already found something wrong and immediately overturned the bucket, pointed at Shizuka and said, why do you want to hurt me? I know, how could there be people living in this deep forest? By the way, you are a raccoon cat, right? That must be the case. Don't run. I want to see your tail. As he said that, he wanted to lift Shizuka's skirt. Shizuka didn't expect Sunya to do this, and she shouted pervert at the time, and then ran out. Sunia chased after him and ran all the way on the street. Soon after, he met Fat Tiger who was strolling on the street. Shizuka seemed to have seen a savior and hid behind Fat Tiger. What Sunia saw was that the vixen was hiding behind the gorilla. HMPH, if you can't beat him, ask the gorilla for help. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. He wanted to fight with Fat Tiger. When Fat Tiger heard that Sunia dared to call him a gorilla and wanted to fight him, he was so angry that he punched Sunia in the face. Sunia woke up from the illusion and saw the reality. He was so scared that he trembled all over. But he had already angered Fat Tiger and the consequences were predictable. Watching Fat Tiger beat Sunia, Nobita was so happy that he walked back humming a little song. Just as he passed a corner, he saw a paralyzed face walking in front of him. Oh, it's this guy. Let him bully me last time and come to be my tutor. Let me teach you a lesson. Hehe. He launched an illusion on Yu and Daisuke. Yu and Daisuke was just walking on the road, preparing to buy some dorayaki as a snack and kill time. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and the surroundings became a dense forest, and he was on the way to the forest. Well, what's going on? Was I plotted against by someone, or did I step into some magic circle? No, that's not right. The magic circle will not be placed here, and enemies. I don't seem to have any enemies with other magicians. Wait, a person who is not a magician, has a grudge against me, and has the ability to retaliate against me, can only be Nobita. Thinking of this, Yu and Daisuke spread the induction technique, and found that there were still those walls around, and there was a person who was not a person, but a raccoon cat who was not a raccoon cat looking at him with a wretched face. Yu and Daisuke carefully sensed it, and found that the guy was Nobita, but he was wearing raccoon cat glasses and a raccoon cat tail. Seeing this, everything was clear. It was just a prank of Nobita, which made him worry in vain. The glasses were emitting strange fluctuations, affecting Yu and Daisuke's sight, hearing, smell, and touch, making him mistakenly think that he was in the deep mountains and old forests. This illusion is ineffective against mental power. The spiritual power in Yu and Daisuke's sea of consciousness shook, shattering this simple illusion. Then he walked towards Nobita who was watching the show nearby. Nobita was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, and suddenly found Yu and Daisuke walking towards him. He was immediately panicked, but after thinking about it, he thought that he was just affected by the illusion, so he stood there without moving. Yu and Daisuke walked up to him, and said to him, "What are you doing? Are you acting as a raccoon? You really look like one." His words once again stabbed a knife in Nobita's heart. However, Yu and Daisuke, who had just been tricked, did not intend to let him go, so he grabbed his ears. "You have nothing to do all day long, playing animals, right? You might as well go back to study if you have this leisure time. It just so happens that you didn't have tutoring yesterday, so I'll help you make up for it today." Then he dragged him to Nobita's house. "No, I know I was wrong." Daisuke ignored Nobita's pleas and walked expressionlessly. When he arrived at Nobita's door, he threw him in and then walked in himself. When the aunt saw them coming back, she came over to greet them. "Hello, aunt. I saw Nobita doing nothing on the street, so I brought him back to tutor him." Nobita's mother smiled and said, "Of course." Then she turned her face to Nobita and said, "Nobita, what's wrong with you? Can't you study when you have nothing to do? And why are you acting like a raccoon cat?" Nobita fell to the ground when he heard this. It seems that I will be a raccoon cat in this life. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.